There's something for every imagination at your local comic shop. Visit ComicShopLocator.com to find a store near you.
Hey, and we're back from last week.
We are back.
All right. Welcome to Nick and Will Love Comic Art.
Yes, we do. We're going to have some fun tonight. Listen, I'm doing something that really, really frustrates Will. I have not decided what I'm pricing much of my art at. So what I brought was
This ought to be fun, right?
a black pencil and a red pencil and a sticky. So we're going to have some fun on some of my art, not Will's, mine. I'm going to price...
Well, that's good news already.
For you it is.
Yeah.
Not for the fans, because they would probably like my pricing on your art as well.
Ooh.
So what we're going to do is we're going to have prices that are really cool for you in black pencil, and then the really killer prices in red. And here's the fun part. I will not remember what I priced anything at. That's why I got the stickies, because these are not priced at what they are valued at. Everything will be aggressive in your favor.
This is true. You got too, well, I think we both got a little too much going on up here sometimes.
We do. Look, on this show, Will is more QVC, more prepared, more clean, more, like a thoroughbred. Nick is more like
buttering me up tonight.
Well,
huh?
Nick's more like Don West shop at home. I got the gem, original art, ladies and gentlemen. The prices you won't believe.
Crazy Eddie. Prices are
without
insane.
going to jail, hopefully.
Oh, well, yeah.
So we got that going for us, and then the only other thing I'll say is, he's a thoroughbred. I'm a jackass. We're leaving it at that.
Oh man.
So we're moving. Come on, we gotta have some fun.
I'm getting buttered up here tonight.
I know, man. You got enough butter? We can go get lobster. You don't have to dip it in anything. I don't know where that came from.
I like it though. Haven't had it in a while.
Why don't we start off with some of the higher quality pieces? Because Will brought in some sweet pieces tonight. He brought in Trevor Von Eden and Don Newton, two of my all-time favorite artists.
Well, then we'll start off.
So let's move this down a little.
With Dashing Don Newton. This is a page from Detective 519. Don Newton pencils, John Calnan inks. And this is a page where Batman, featured in no less than 5 of the 7 panels goes after Captain Blimp. Little corny name for a villain, but think more 60s Batman show. But seriously, some great panels from Don Newton. Terrific inking. There's always a debate about who's his best inker, but Callan does him justice.
Here's the thing about Don Newton that I want to chime in on. The guy was such an expert draftsman. Don is such an expert draftsman. What I can honestly tell you is that he allowed every inker to be great on him because he put so much on the page.
Sure.
Not that obviously if somebody was a hack, they could ruin his art, but he made it easy for the inkers to just do a great job. And in my opinion, and this is the beauty about having these discussions, in my opinion, I love Alfredo Alcala, but a lot of that is because of Detective 526.
Yeah.
That is the ultimate Don Newton issue with so many villains.
See, and I love Alfredo on like sword and sorcery stuff.
Right.
Not as much on Batman, but a lot of fans really do enjoy his
and a
work
lot
on
of
Batman.
fans love John Calnan or Dan Atkins.
Yeah, and I would probably say Dan Atkins is going to be my favorite on Don Newton.
Yeah.
Dan is kind of a chameleon when he inks people. He can really ape their style, kind of highlight it a little bit.
Exactly. So what I'll say is this. The interesting thing about Don Newton pages is, like a lot of original art right now, original art has just shot up in value. It is just shot up in value where the pandemic, people are spending money on themselves. But even before that, even before the pandemic, I will say I was buying Don Newton pages like this about 4 years ago at $400 to $500 a page.
Yeah.
Okay? When the Batman Detective 526 pages came out, some pages went for $4,000 on eBay.
Yeah.
And there's a reason for it, because it's Detective 526. It was the 500th issue of Detective.
Anniversary.
It was the anniversary. It was all the villains. It was the culmination of Killer Croc. Jason Todd was about to become Robin. It was such a great issue. But once those came out, pages shot up.
All ships rise with the level of water, and that's what happened.
Well, the thing is also Don Newton. People who know who Don Newton is, you know this. He died at like 41 years old. Died before his time, way before his time. One of the best draftsmen and executioners that this industry has ever had, and just his work is just beautiful. And unfortunately, there's not that much of it. And he's getting that appreciation that he didn't have across the industry. Yeah. Right.
There's some fans that argue that he is sort of the definitive Batman artist. And I mean, he's up there.
Yeah.
He's up there. I'm not going to try and make that argument, but he is definitely up there. He's he's got a sort of a cultish fan following. He's well remembered.
Yep.
And he just draws a terrific Dark Knight, and all the elements are there. You even have sort of like, it's a shadow, but it's sort of like almost having the bat signal right there. So, I mean,
no, it's great. It's 6 panels. You've got Batman. I'm sorry, 7 panels. You've got Batman in 4 of the 7 that you can see him, and the 5th one you see his glove. Look, I know for a fact because I work with Will, and original.
So I don't mean to cut you off, but we're both wrong. It's actually 8. Look at this is the subtlety of Don Newton. This is an inset panel within this sort of larger. I don't want to say splashy, but within this larger panel.
Yeah.
So that's sort of that's sort of a signature Don Newton thing where he can kind of insert something and the eye doesn't even pick it up unless you really
look at it closely. The one thing I know is Will had, and I know the person he sold them to. Will had 4 Batman splashes before Christmas, and on those 4 Batman splashes, he actually sold them for, let's just say, since I can't say how much it was, almost $20,000, and that was 4 splashes. So
that's in the ballpark.
So this is a very fairly priced piece of art. And if you are interested in Don Newton, do a little bit of research. You'll see how great it is. And again, Don Newton's one of my favorite artists, someone who really didn't get the respect he deserved.
Absolutely.
You know, I feel that way to a degree about Don Heck. You
Yeah.
know, Don Heck really never got the respect he deserved.
The Dons.
Huh?
It's the Dons.
It's the Dons. It's the
Dons.
curse of
I
the
mean-
Dons. Never thought of it that way.
Yeah.
So,
Listen, I don't have a lot of room on this page to go down or anything like that, but what I can do, it's a small gesture, but free shipping. Anyone that buys it, free shipping. And time payments available as well.
I was about to hit that. You know, I mean, I think we are both really cool with the idea that we know that even lower priced artwork may be a stretch for some people's budget. So I think if you put 20% or more down and can pay it within 30 to 60 days, we're going to work with you.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, look, if you can afford this, if you've always wanted a Don Newton page, this is a good one to get. What year is it
I
from?
was just going to do a close-up of it. So it's copyright 1982. 1982 DC Comics. It is signed by the inker on the back. It is a beautiful example.
Yeah.
Take another look. Even if you're not ready to pull the trigger now, you can always contact me after the show. comicartpage.com is the website. So we're going to move on. You want to stick with sort of higher end pieces, Nick, or what?
Well, let's just show the audience some of the more affordable pieces.
Okay.
So this is X-Men Deadly Genesis. This is inked by Scott Hanna. Now,
Scott Hanna, who's worked with almost every penciler from the last 20, 25 years.
yep, and he's inked more pages than any other inker in the history of comics to date that we know.
Really?
He has.
I know he was up there. I knew he was close.
Yep, and you know what? This is, you know, this is, I think that, God, I was so focused on Scott Hanna. I think it's Diego. I can't remember who the penciler is. Oh, this sucks. John, can you look it up for me? X-Men Deadly Genesis #2.
Man, you got Wolverine and like the camo jacket
I
with the dog tag.
Yeah.
I mean, that's very like X-Men 2 movie-ish going on there.
So
You got the
normally,
Blackbird.
yep.
You got Beast. Looks like Emma Frost. Looks like Kitty Pryde in the background. I mean, you got an X-Men team going on.
Yep, and depending on who you ask, normally this would be $150 to $200 page. But I want to have some fun.
Okay, let's have some fun.
I am charging shipping and handling because I'm going to offer it for $75.
Oh,
So $75. This gets the red sticker. So $75 for X-Men Deadly Genesis.
and that's pencils and inks. That's just not a blue line. Huh?
No, it is blue line.
It is.
Blue
Okay, I was
line.
gonna say, whoa, you're like
Yeah,
giving away the
no.
fun.
So, Trevor Harrison?
Is it Trevor Harrison? Oh my God, X-Men Deadly Genesis?
Yeah. #2?
Yeah,
Yeah, Ed Brubaker is the writer and Trevor Harrison is the artist.
there you go. So $75. This, for those of you who do not know, blue line art is when the penciler has penciled it and he scans it in. The inker takes it from the file and then prints it out and inks over it.
Print it out on regular comic art board.
Correct. Thank you. I forgot that one important part. Print it out on regular comic art board, and then this is the published page. So $75. It's anywhere between $150 to $200. Now that I know that it's Trevor Harrison, up to you to decide if it's even more than that. But this is $75 tonight.
Man, that's
So-
a good deal.
Let's
Real good deal.
let's do something that is going to be well priced, but not blockbuster priced.
Okay.
So Thunderbolt Splash #28, page 13.
Another Scott Hanna special.
Yep,
And that's
and it's
Bagley, right?
yep Bagley. It's because Scott's going to be on the show tonight at 10.
Oh,
So
good.
so I figured let me bring some Scott Hanna inked work today
And this is pencils
and inks.
Yeah.
This is pure regular pencils
So
and
this
inks.
is Mark Bagley pencils and Scott Hanna inks on the same page.
Yep, and even though you got a little inset at the bottom, this is a splash. So what we're going to do for this tonight is $250.
Huh.
Not bad for
Yeah.
a Thunderbolt Splash. I mean,
I've sold a lot of Thunderbolts pages over the years, and that's a good price. I think I've sold pages 7-8 years ago of similar quality for as much or more.
yeah, and look, how old is this now? 15 years old? It is Man, you got the Marvel stamp on the back. Oh, we know it's they put the Marvel stamp, but the year is not there.
I think it might be closer to 20.
There you go. I don't know why it faded out, but this is back when the penciler would send it to the inker would send it to Marvel, and I said 250, but Kyle just put it in for 200, so I guess it is going to get a red pencil and be 200 now.
You know, it's funny.
That's
my writing.
That's
I sold this page years ago.
That's so funny. All right, so I said 250. Now this gets a red sticker because Kyle put in 200. Kyle, you can leave it at 200. We can live with the mistake. You know what? Let the fans have a bonus.
There you go.
So, Will, you pick a piece now.
Oh, you know what? I saw a couple of these pieces sell in the last day or two, so let's pull this out.
Oh, yeah. A piece just went for a considerable more amount of money.
This is a really interesting piece. So this is by a Brazilian artist who's contracted with DC by the name of Eddie Barros. You might have heard of him. Great artist, terrific guy. This is the preliminary, because before he draws his covers, he does preliminaries, as most artists do. Eddie's preliminaries are a little tighter than most. And this is the cover to Aquaman 15, which is part of that Throne of Atlantis storyline that the Aquaman movie, the Jason Momoa Aquaman movie, was made from, was sort of framed after. And this is probably the most or second most memorable cover from that storyline. And this is, of course, Arthur squaring off with Orm, the Ocean Master.
I will say this. This is a beautiful piece, and it's the layout to the cover. Eddie Barros just continues to get more and more and more attention. And he continues to work on higher profile books.
He does. And, you know, Eddie, I personally love his art. I have a few examples. Eddie reminds me, if you could sort of marry Neil Adams with Alan Davis. That's sort of who he reminds you of.
That David Hitch piece. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah. This is like Neil Adams. He's got the anatomical composition and layout skills of Neil Adams, but he sort of has a Alan Davis flair. And honestly, this is about exactly what I paid for this piece. So I'm just passing it on at cost. It's a great piece. His prelims tend to go a little bit lower, but again, this is from, you know, a well-known storyline that's been not only reproduced in comics and trades, but on film as well. Not even to mention the animated Throne of Atlantis, which is a great little cartoon.
Look, and we're going to say this again: if you're in a little bit of a limited budget, if you put $100 down, we'll set this aside for you for up to 2 months. I mean, so
we can do 60 days. It's not a problem. 20% down, payment over 60 days. This will be free shipping tonight as well. Normally, pieces under 500, I wouldn't do free shipping. This will be free shipping.
No, you picked up another one last night for a lot more money. So
it's a beautiful piece.
Adam was asking what the last piece was. It was this Thunderbolts 28 page 13 splash, and it's got a higher value. Originally, I had said $250. Kyle had accidentally put in $200. I think Kyle is a man of the people and wanted to just stick it to his boss. So Thunderbolt Splash, $200. Mark Bagley, Scott Hanna. And Scott Hanna tonight is on at 10 o'clock. But before 10 o'clock, at 8 o'clock, after our show, we have Miss Jen on the air.
What's in the box?
What's in the box? Yes, John Cole, ladies and gentlemen. What's in the box?
What is in the box?
Better be some dynamite stuff in there. That's all I gotta say.
Well, literal and figurative. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
you got a little more to pick from than me. So why don't you pick like 2 pieces for my one?
All right.
Or maybe 5 for my one. I don't know.
All right. Let me do. I tell you what. We wanted to bring more affordable items on. So let me pull.
Yeah, how about this?
Okay, we can do that. Ultimate X-Men 26. You got Bishop there. Scott Hanna. Again, the date seems to be missing. man, Marvel really needed to have more ink for their stamps. So this Extreme X-Men, I mean, look, this is when Chris Claremont was writing Extreme X-Men. So how about we do $100 for this?
Oh. And again, that's just to clarify.
This does not say it was Blue Line. I wanted to double check. It looks like it might be Blue Line, but it could be they used a blue pencil.
I'll tell you, when you put it down, I'll take a closer look. And yeah, it does look like blue pencil right in there.
Yeah, because the pencil mark is going there. So actual pencil, what did I say it was?
$100.
$100. So this gets a red one.
That's a deal.
There's no E in Extreme X-Men, Kyle. Jesus, dude. Come on. Let's get this going right. Extreme Studios was Rob Liefeld. We got to get this straight, man.
Kyle will come around. He just needs a little more coffee or soda or whatever.
Or work with a real presenter like Miss Jen. Not me.
There you go.
So.
There you go.
All right. So let's do. So we did Thunder Agents. We did Thunderbolts. We
Thunder
did
Agents.
Extreme X-Men. Yeah, right.
Thunder Agents.
Let's do. Oh, you know what? I really like this page by Tom Rainey and. Again, Scott Hanna. We got Scott on tonight at 10. X-Men Search for Cyclops.
Ooh.
This is a badass page. I personally love this page. So this is from the Search for Cyclops miniseries. And what we're going to do tonight, this is definitely pencils and inks. Tom Rainey and Scott Hanna don't live that far from each other.
And yeah, let's just mention that for a second. A lot of times, the reason why things are produced on Blue Line is that, well, two reasons. Sometimes the penciler wants to keep his own work, sell it, or maybe he just likes it, collects his own work, or it has to do with distance and time. They're editorial deadlines for printing, for publishing, and sometimes that's the quickest way. It's just to send scans. The inker can print it himself, but like Nick said, these two gentlemen live close enough to one another they can sort of almost hand off.
And we're going to blast this out at $100 as well, which is a steal. That really is a steal.
$100 mutant pages. You are kind of giving away the farm, Nick.
We're having fun, man.
You have ramen noodles next week.
John's like really, really killing me here. Yes, ramen noodles might be a delicacy next week at these prices.
Well,
so
let's go in a different direction for a second.
Yes.
This is sort of a medium weight page, right? So this is from a little book you may remember from the 70s called Commandy. Does anybody remember Commandy?
Last Boy on Earth.
Last Boy on Earth, a Jack Kirby original. This is not Jack Kirby. The creation of the character is what I'm saying. This is actually Chick Stone pencils. Chick Stone was, if you're not aware, he's an inker that was, very much entangled with Jack Kirby, besides being an artist of his own right, but that's what a lot of people remember him for. This is a 1976 page, Commandy number 41, and this is a 2/3 splash that features not only Commandy and I think that's Dr. Canine, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember Commandy as well. Canis. Thank you. Canine and Anus.
Okay.
And
dogs do sniff each other's butts.
There you go. But Commandy's in all the panels.
No, he's in all the panels, which is really cool. And again, it's from the early 1970s. This is almost 40 years old. So the fact that it's Chick Stone, and when you look at it, Chick, with the exception of maybe Commandy's back right there, because I don't remember how big he was supposed to be, but this all looks like Jack Drew.
Yeah.
He totally emulated Jack.
You took the words out of my mouth. That's where I was going. I mean, this right here, even some of the elements in the 2/3 splash.
Oh,
but
most of the elements,
but
like I said.
Is like, this reminds you of Jack. And you have to remember, inkers often define the look of the penciler to some degree. So, this very much has the look and feel. If this were a Jack Kirby penciled Commandy page, you'd be looking at roughly, I don't know, 6 or 7 times the price. So, at a more affordable price point, not saying it's cheap, but a much more affordable price point for a 45-year-old Commandy page by Chick Stone. 2/3 splash, Commandy number 41, $650, and again, free shipping.
Now, I know we're about to go to commercial in a minute, but I want to chime in real quick on this and just say, here's what happens in the original art market, just like happens in comics. The more affordable pages, because the expensive pages are shooting up so much in value, the more affordable pages start to shoot up percentage-wise more. Yes, a $40,000 cover may go to $70,000 and go up 75%. But a $650 page, when these start shooting up, it may end up being a $1,300 page, a $1,400 page. Because it's affordable and more people can get it, it goes up faster. Now, there's no guarantee. I want to make sure I'm clear there. We are not selling this as an investment opportunity.
Absolutely not.
Because the number one rule in buying art,
buy what you love.
Only buy what you love. If you don't love it, we don't want you to buy it. Because the reality is that, you know, the world can come to an end. I'm being, you know, obviously I'm taking it to the extreme, but the world can come to an end. You have to sit there and go, I at least have something I love here. Just like your comics. You don't buy your comics. Most people don't buy comics for investments. You buy them because you love them. Same way with art.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, it's a 45-year-old Commandy page. Again, it's a 2/3 splash. It really has the look of the king himself. It's a beautiful piece. I think it's well priced. And again, free shipping, time payments available. You just have to put 20% down to give you some time to pay it off.
Are we going to commercial, Kyle? Because I'm terrible at this. So you just cut to commercial. I'll show a piece of art, and then when you pull away, I'll just make sure we come back to that piece. So we will have Thor 50 when we return.
Forsooth.
Fight Club. To be continued. 3 little words that hold the secret to the next great story. 3 words that will thrill you, confound you, give life to new possibilities. Every variation of To Be Continued is a promise of adventure, a promise of excitement, a promise of unseen wonders and unexplored worlds. A promise that every issue you read makes you a part of a never-ending journey, and behind every page there will be an unopened door waiting for you. This story to be continued at your local comic book shop today. Visit comicshoplocator.com today.
There is.
Hey, and we're back. Thor 50 page. We're coming back, and Nick is making his way. Actually, the question that John was kind enough to answer for us to Adam, do we have any Legion stuff? we didn't think we did have any Legion stuff, but actually we do. And that's what Nick is grabbing right now. So I'm sort of just delaying because this is Nick's page. It is from Thor 50. It is Scott Hanna inks. And more than that, other than it features Loki and Lady Sif and Boulder, I'm going to leave it up to Nick to tell you the rest about it.
Well,
price and
why don't we do this? We have a bunch of pages from Thor 50, and what we're going to do is we're going to do something that should be very cool to our fans. We're going to make every page from Thor 50 $200.
Every page.
Every page. So doesn't matter what page it is, or every Thor page $200. How about that? So
I think what you should say is any Thor pages, because you're not saying all of them. You're combined.
each
you're saying,
individually.
yeah, any Thor page you want to pick tonight is $200.
Exactly. And it's Tom Rainey and Scott Hanna on every page.
There you go.
So each page is $200.
It is Thursday.
It's Thursday.
Yeah.
It is Thor's Day.
That's
There we
what
go.
it's named after.
So this happens to be page 22. This was number 55, page 5.
Now,
Both of these were
Is
55.
that just from issue 50 or is that
50, 55, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Here's
46?
page 50, page 5. Nice anniversary issue.
Okay.
for Thor's Day.
You sure about this one for 200?
I said every page for 200.
Okay, there we go. Splash page. For
Splash
$200.
page for $200.
Another splash page for $200.
All right, maybe I should have looked first. You know what they say, some people should look before they leap. So this is from Thor 51, page 3, $200. And Thor 46, page number 18, $200. All by Tom Rainey, all by Scott Hanna. Scott will be our guest tonight at 10 o'clock. And as I mentioned earlier, don't forget, we have What's in the Box with Miss Jen after this. So I think I can remember.
Oh, wait, we
every
missed
Thor page.
we missed two.
Oh my God.
Look at this.
Oh, those are two great
These
ones.
may be the best too. Look at this.
$200 each.
Look at that. On the throne. Odin's son kneeling.
John, can you buy this for me? That's the ultimate. I should have looked before I leaped.
Yeah, no, these are
Post, don't worry about it.
these are good pages right here. But you said it.
But
But there's more.
But there's more.
Wow, look at this page.
that and the throne page are cheap. I am not kidding. There's no other word for it but saying they are cheap at $200 each. Tom Rainey, Scott Hanna, and what? These are from, I don't know. Let's see. Jurgens did Thor 1996-ish. So by the time you got to 50, it was 2000.
2001.
Yeah.
Wait. Here's somebody's got on their shirt in small print.
2002.
So
We were close.
So it's a 19-year-old page. Man, this modern stuff's getting old,
Yeah.
right?
So are we.
Wow.
I think that goes hand in hand.
That's what they say.
All right.
I refuse to admit it.
Well, see, you know what keeps me young, right?
Maybe some things I can't say on air.
Immaturity.
Oh, okay. Okay, you can say that.
All right. So this I literally just got from Anthony and Anthony's Comics. So someone literally just asked, do we have Legion of Superheroes?
That's a nice plug.
It is. It is. Anthony, you just got a free plug. So this beautiful page I just got in a trade. But Keith Giffen, 308, what year is this? 1983. So it's almost 40 years old. Okay? This is 38 years old. It's pricey. Okay? It's $1,800. But, not to sound like a sales shill, but it is the truth. If you want to put $400 down and pay the other $1,400 over the course of 2 months, I'm fine with it. So Legion of Superheroes, Keith Giffen. I think Larry Malstead inked it. I can't remember 100%. $1,800, 400 down. I am happy. I'm not happy to part with it. Let me be clear. I'm not happy to be parting with it. But someone asked about it literally as an out of the box question. And since I just got it in the trade, I figured, all right, let's make the offer.
You're not attached yet.
I'm not attached yet. Will tell you how hard it is for me to sell original art because I get attached.
This guy has separation anxiety, seriously.
Yeah, it's like my lunch money. I'm still upset that I spent it.
And regrets, you know?
Exactly.
Regrets. You have some.
So here's the thing. We said this last week, and we'll say it again. We hope that you find these shows fun, informative. Obviously, we want you to buy some original art, especially Will's, because, you know, he's got a wife and 4 kids, or a girlfriend and 4 kids, and 6 kids. No, I don't know.
Man, you just
3 kids in college.
Honestly,
the only thing I remember is you got 3 kids in college.
That is accurate.
I knew I was going to get one thing right. So seriously, at least buy from Will. You don't have to buy anything from me, especially at these prices. Don't worry about me. Buy from Will.
I don't know. I'm still feeling a little buttered up tonight. But
3 kids in college.
We'll see how that goes.
All right, so that was the Legion of Superheroes. I put it to the side, so hopefully people will forget. Let's do Ultimate X-Men real quick.
There you go.
This is a really cool page of Ultimate X-Men number 9. Again, Tom Rainey and Scott Hanna. I pulled a bit of my Scott Hanna art, as I mentioned, because Scott is going to be on The Experience tonight at 10 o'clock, right after What's in the Box with Miss Jen. And
hey, that's Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross on
there. It is. Otherwise known as Rolk. Yep. On this one, we're going to do $295. So you've got Thunderbolt Ross. You've got is that Ultimate Sabretooth?
It does look like Sabretooth.
Yeah, Ultimate Sabretooth. So $295. Tom Rainey, Scott Hanna.
The real question is, who's the other guy on the page? Because that's who I don't know.
Neither do I.
Does anyone out there know who that is? Can anybody identify this character, this guy? Bald, shadow beard, scars across his face. Unless that's a ultimate. No, it wouldn't be Baron Strucker.
No. And you know, I have no clue who it might be.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
So this is the bad boy to get. This is fairly priced. I bought this from Spencer back about 15 years ago. Literally. So let me write $295 so I don't forget. Do you want to?
You grab something else. I'll write that down. I got you.
Awesome. All right, we should put all the Thors to the side.
Oh, they're right up there.
Let's see. War Machine. Oh, I got it. I got a good one. All right, here you go. This is also Blue Line, but this will be one of the best priced items of the night. Phantom Stranger, number 0, page 16. Scott Hanna Blue Line over Brent Anderson. What we're going to do with this tonight is this is $50 plus shipping and handling. So, published page, Scott Hanna inking over Brent Anderson for $50 plus shipping and handling. I was actually going to charge $75 for it, but I figured, you know what? Let's go to $50. We advertised that everything was going to be $75 and up, but I think we can have some fun at dropping below 75 to 50. Yeah, I think this is from like the 2011 series. I can't remember for sure. I promise next week, instead of spending just time pulling art I'm sitting there going, if it makes the fans happy, I'll put it up for sale. I'll spend more time researching the art that I bought and being less of a dunce about it. Hopefully less of a dunce. But you know what I'm going to do, though?
It's another page in there, right?
There's a few more pages. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to keep it just like we did with the Thor. Every page at $200. Every Phantom Stranger page will be $50. So this is number 0, page 18. Really cool. Again, blue line. Brent Anderson penciled it, scanned it. Scott printed out the file on the regular paper. This is the actual printed page, inked by Scott Hanna. So the inks are from Scott. Let's have some more fun. You know what? We have, let's see, I believe this is also
This guy's working, folks. He is calculating.
Yeah, if only he could be ready next time.
He's seeing what he can do.
All right. Here's 2 pages of Ravagers. There's 4A and 4B. I don't remember what the change was, so I'm going to offer both pages combined. Okay? Blue line, there was some slight adjustment from 4A to 4B, so 4B was the final published. Both of them for $75.
And you get a nice little bonus if I can show
Yeah.
everyone. This is looks like cover or something. Like the blue line of the cover was printed on the back of page 4A.
$75 for the pair. This is Ravagers, issue number 5, page 4.
That's cool. I've never seen that.
Neither have I. Neither have I. Matter of fact, maybe I should have seen it before I put it up. So, same one. Is John Wraith. Some people may remember him as Williams' character in X-Men Origins Wolverine. Thank you, Rob. You the man. Really appreciate it.
Good looking out.
You know what? This is the fan interaction. So, both pages, $75, and you get the bonus cover blue line on the other side. So put that $75 down for these 2.
Okay.
Although I have a feeling I'll remember this one. Why don't you show the Trevor Von Eeden? That is a beauty.
Yeah. So this is a page by Trevor Von Eeden, Joe Rubenstein inks, and it's from Marvel Fanfare number 3. People remember Marvel Fanfare came out in, I think it was 1982, it was 81 or 82, but it was sort of a Marvel's response to the fan demand. The fans, we the fans, were demanding certain stories be written, and this is Marvel's response, and we got a lot of stories that we were looking for at the time to be told.
We had Michael Golden, we had Charles Vess, we had George Perez, we had Trevor Von Eeden, we had P. Craig Russell, even Carmine Infantino did it.
Paul Smith as well.
Paul Smith. Marvel Fanfare was the prestigious title that Marvel had in the early 1980s. It was also the answer to like Epic Illustrated creator owned, where they were publishing the comics on higher quality paper, the Baxter paper as it was called, and it's just the deal of the day, and I would say that is a really great price for it.
Well, what's nice is I call this the swashbuckler page because you have, of course, Hawkeye, who's a well-known swashbuckler, but you have the Eagle here, this character that was introduced in Power Man and Iron Fist, and it turns out he's a mutant. But at the time, you thought he had like an electric sword.
Yeah.
And then later on, it was revealed he was a mutant. He was just channeling his powers through the sword, but very much reminds you of Zorro, but he called himself the Eagle. And he teams up with Hawkeye, and they take down a baddie.
The thing that I'll say is when it comes to Hawkeye, the thing to keep in mind is Jeremy Renner is still playing Hawkeye. He may be in some of the upcoming TV series. He should be in the movies as they start to get new ones going. I don't know if he's in the Black Widow movie or not. I don't think he is, but people love Hawkeye and they love the character.
There was rumors of his own project as well, so
which
we shall see.
Right, but the most important reason to buy this is this beautiful page is from 1982.
82? Yeah, it should be 82.
82. This beautiful page is from 1982. So you're looking at a 39-year-old page going on 40. And like we were talking, the pages right now that are going up proportionally more are the newer pages. And the other thing that is worth mentioning again is that if you put 20% down, will give you up to 2 months to pay the rest.
Yeah. And again, everybody knows Hawkeye. There's a small cult following for the Eagle, but there are not many appearances of this character. And there's some good shots of him in here.
Well, look, here's the thing with the Eagle. The Eagle is like the Squadron Supreme or some of the other characters that we all love, that there are so few books with them in it that when original art or comics that are hard to get become available, they go for more money.
Yeah.
Because there is a fondness, but they are not easily accessible. This is your chance to have a page that's accessible. That, I mean, look, I will say this. Let me bring this a little bit closer. I know you've got the screen there, right there, Kyle. But what I want to do is just show you. Look at that execution. I mean, this is a page that I personally think is beautiful. And it's just so well executed. I mean, Trevor Von Eden, you know, I got to tell you, he is definitely one of those creators that never got the attention I felt he deserved. He had a great run on World's Finest with some stories of Green Arrow.
He was on last season's finale of Black Lightning because he's the co-creator.
Oh, was he?
And he was featured as a judge along with Tony Isabella.
That's awesome.
Yeah, no, that was very cool to see them both on the screen.
So, and again, for me, I mean, when I think of him, I remember him. Look, to me, Trevor Von Eden is Green Arrow 4-issue miniseries. I mean, to me, that Mike Barr miniseries is fantastic. But this Marvel Fanfare, the beginning of Marvel Fanfare, one of the two main stories, this is absolutely a great piece of art. And I'm just going to show it one more time. But the one thing I'm going to show again is I want to just show the back. I don't know that we showed the back. And you can see how it's there. Copyright 1982 Marvel Comics, a division of Cadence Corporation. So $700, basically $140, $150 down, 2 months to pay it. I highly recommend it. Buy that. None of my pages. I want to keep them. So,
but we need to show a few more.
We need to show a few more. I think the page I want to show right now.
We're going to put these to the side, all the
Thor
pages. We're just going to put them right here.
I like this page a lot. This is going to be $295. Ultimate X-Men 67, and it's just a nice, quiet page. I bought it because it was so cool. Again, Tom Rainey and Scott Hanna. This is actual pencils and ink. Our man Scott Hanna tonight is being interviewed on The Experience at 10 o'clock. You can catch it then. And before then, obviously, look, The Experience is all about bringing an experience to the fans, talking to you more, giving you more information, not just selling. We want you to enjoy comics. We want you to appreciate the original art because at the end of the day, obviously, the original art is a huge part of the comic. The most important thing with The Experience is we want you to go to your local comic store. We talk about the art. We have a good time. We kid around. But the main thing is if you don't go to your local comic store, if you don't support them, there won't be any original art to even show. So 800 Comic Shop Locator Service, right? 800 Comic Shop Locator Service. Support your local retailer. Whether it's curbside pickup or by appointment only, or if they're fully open, but you have to just make sure that it's limited capacity. They need your support because none of us can do what we do without your support, and you can't enjoy the comics without the publishers and the retailers. It's very symbiotic. Going back to the original art, because I should talk about what we're here for, this is a beautiful Ultimate X-Men page. Like I said, $295, Nightcrawler and Colossus, and it's just a really cool, quiet moment of them talking. And I just think it's a standout page.
Yeah, it's good looking.
And Kyle got it right. Got the full spelling right and the price right. Gotta love it.
There you go.
Oh, man.
It was that quick shot of caffeine. He's good.
Yeah, I'm waiting. Next time, Kyle's going to say $90, not $2.90. Nick, you go with the lower price, right? There you go. Hunter remembers this issue. Wonderful quiet moment. It is beautiful. I love it.
No. And that's a classic pairing. Those are the classic buddies of X-Men, Colossus and Nightcrawler.
Yep. May not be a fastball special, but it's still cool.
It's a slow ball waltz. What can you say?
So what else do we have tonight that we have not shown yet?
What else do we have?
Do you have a Justice League?
I have a Justice League. Oh man, I forgot that it actually features Eclipso, who was hinted in Stargirl last season.
Oh really?
On
Okay.
the CW, yeah. So this is from Justice League Annual 6. And you can see on the last panel you have Eclipso there. This is Dave Cockrum pencils.
I think
Jose
that's the
Martin
last
inks.
book he drew.
Is it?
I think so. Dan Jurgens wrote it.
Huh.
That's
That-
historical. If that's not the last book he drew, that's one of the last books. What year is it?
1992.
I'm going to do a quick Google search.
Okay, yeah. No, that would be news to me. I'm not sure, but as I mentioned, Eclipso is hinted to be in the next season of Stargirl as one of the
You're saying
Justice.
Robert Kirkman wrote it. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. One of the Justice Injustice gang, Injustice League. But anyway, Dave Cockrum pencils. I mean, anyone that's familiar with his art, I mean, if it's Dave Cockrum, especially X-Men, whole different price point. Even Legion, some of his other work on Avengers, whole different price point. This you can have for $695, which is a very low entry for a vintage Dave Cockrum page, which is now 30 years old.
And again, the co-creator of the X-Men. You know, the thing about Dave Cockrum is that he was arguably the best designer in the industry.
If I can interrupt. So it wasn't Jurgens that wrote this. According to Hunter, he says Robert Kirkman wrote this. Is that true?
I would.
You got me.
First of all, okay, let's start with one thing. That's not the Jurgens issue. That's true. At least it doesn't seem to be. No, this. You know what? I'm misremembering what the last book he drew was. That's obviously a fact. I got to do some more. I got to remember.
Oh! He meant the Ultimate X-Men. I'm like that doesn't ring a bell. Kirkman and Justice League, but yeah, he meant the Ultimate X-Men page.
that makes
Okay.
sense.
That makes a lot more sense.
Oh, you know what? Now, okay, somebody else can help us, and boy, you know what? This is live TV, everybody.
Yeah,
Stuff's gonna happen.
we could use help on this one. Anybody know who wrote this?
No, I'm almost
and-
positive.
Jurgens?
I'm almost positive it's Jurgens. What happened was Cockrum then went to go work for Claypool. He worked with Richard Howe for years on Elvira, Searchers, some of the other titles.
Good old Richard.
Yep. So that's part of where. But that still may be the last Justice League issue.
So in any event, you know, I don't know if we can tag a little bit of historical onto this or not, but again, you have a nice shot of Eclipso, and Dan Mishkin wrote, okay, that's you, or Kyle or somebody, but
Probably Kyle.
you have a nice shot of Eclipso, and it is a Dave Cockrum pencil page, which at this price point you will not see many Dave Cockrum pencil pages.
Well, at least I figured out why I'm thinking it's Dan Jurgens. Dan Jurgens and Dave Cockrum drew the cover together.
Okay.
So at least I got something right.
We get bits and pieces right sometimes, right?
Ain't that the truth?
Kind of broken clock syndrome, you know?
Exactly.
After you write twice a day. Anyway, $695. You can put, I don't know, $140, $150 down and have 60 days to pay it off. And this one also is free shipping. So I think all my pieces
And the continental U.S.
are free. Yeah. We should clarify that. Yes, that would be within the U.S. of A. I can't ship free, you know, to the other side of the world. Sorry for my
unfortunately.
friends overseas.
All right, so let's
So
go.
let's you pick something else, Nick.
I will. I will.
He's coming, folks. He's coming.
All right, so this is another cool page. Search for Cyclops. I'll do this at $200. This is a really cool action page. Tom Rainey, Scott Hanna, pencils and inks. Just a really great page. You know, half page splash basically. Again, they never say the year anymore. All it says is copyright Marvel. So I can't remember when Search for Cyclops was. I want to think it's like 2002, 2003 as well.
You know, once you come into well into the 90s, my expertise level drops.
Well, we got full-time jobs at that point.
Yeah.
You know, once you get a full-time job, it all just comes together. So, but no matter what, I mean, you know, Rainey, we were talking about Don Newton.
So 2000 to 2001.
Okay. I was close with 2002, 2003, 2004. It was in there. So basically, this is 20 years old. So, and it's Lady Deathstrike, who was in the X-Men 2 movie. Thank you, Spencer Beck. I was hoping it was Lady Deathstrike, but considering how many things I said so wrong tonight, this is why I'm the donkey. You know, I'm not even the donkey in Shrek. I don't even get that kind of
I don't
plus.
know. I might be competing with you tonight a little bit.
I don't know about that, but Lady Deathstrike, gotta love it. You know, Spencer Beck is in the audience right now. Spencer actually sold me this page.
Spencer.
What's going on, man? The artist's choice. The fingernails. Yes, I know the fingernails are the giveaway, but I could still have been wrong. Okay? Jesus. Everybody's a critic.
Hey, it's a new hobby.
I know. Listen, two of us are on the air. We're not in front of the computer just looking at everything. Anyway, $200. It is a great price. You will not break my heart by not buying it. But if you are in a limited budget, same thing we've said all night. If you want to put $40 down up until 2 months, I will hold it for you. So, Spencer is on the sick bed barfing, but still here to harass you all. Thank you,
man.
Spencer.
Oh, that's
Can we go to commercial break?
that's fun.
It's 7 o'clock.
When Dr. Frankenstein created a monster, he lost control. Now, the era of monsters
All right. One thing I want to do, I was telling Will one thing. You know, we have a lot of people who have been with us since 6 o'clock, and we have people that are joining now for the first time. So what I want to do is I want Will and I to both pick 2 items from the other person and show them and talk about them for a minute. So I will start with Detective 519.
Okay.
Now, for those that saw the presentation, the Detective 519 is Don Newton, 8 panels, Batman basically with the shadow in 6 of the 8 panels. Just really beautiful Don Newton. Don is one of the most underappreciated artists and one of the greatest heroes this industry ever had. He died very young in his 40s. Just a master draftsman. We were talking about how people will argue who the best inker is on Don, but really, he was such an incredible artist that inkers all shined with him. He was just that darn good, where just he made it, not that he made it easy. People can, even an inker can screw up a great job. It just can happen. But his inkers had, there was a lot of solid base for them to work around. And of course, an inker, you really need him to be a great finisher, to add the mood, the lighting, everything. It's not easy being an inker. So, but for me, it was Alfredo Alcala. For you, it was Dan Atkins.
Dan Atkins.
Yep. John Callan for a lot of people, a mix. This is $1,400. And the one thing Will's doing is if you're interested and want to put 20% down and pay within 60 days, that's fine. If you're on a budget, you can work it out with him. So that's the one I'm picking of Will's. Now, Will picks one of mine.
I'm actually going to pick the Thunderbolts page. Thunderbolts page. This is basically a splash, but let's call it a 3/4 splash to be very accurate. But this is Mark Bagley pencils. Mark Bagley, who really made his name on Amazing Spider-Man, but man, he had a long run on Thunderbolts, which are sort of like, I don't know, you could kind of say Marvel's Suicide Squad in a way.
Look, when Mark Waid, I think of three properties the most. I think of Spider-Man, I think New Warriors, I think Thunderbolts. Those are the 3 that I think the most. He started off with New Warriors. He graduated to Spider-Man, but he's such a great prolific artist that he continued on Spider-Man and worked on Thunderbolts. And he's just worked on some of Marvel's biggest properties. And he's a great artist. He's covered every major property. And the big thing about this is that we put it up for $200. Originally,
which was a mistake.
Exactly. Originally, I had it at $250. My boy Kyle here accidentally put up $200, and just for the fun of it, I just said, you know what, we'll leave it at $200. So,
and you get the entire team here. I mean, Songbird, Atlas, man, it's like an explosion, so I can't really make everybody out, but
they're all there.
You get the entire Moonstone, I think, is there. Yeah, you get basically the entire team here.
And you gotta love the premise of the Thunderbolts. I mean, basically, villains dressing as heroes.
Yeah.
It was very well done.
As I said, it reminds me sort of like Suicide Squad, not exactly, but
yeah.
But yeah, these
more
were
devious.
Yeah, these were Marvel's greatest villains who became sort of Marvel's maybe second greatest heroes.
Spoiling Thunderbolts #1 ending.
Oh, spoiler alert! Spoiler alert!
Well,
and Kurt Busiek wrote it, right?
If you haven't read it, yeah, but if you haven't read it by now, sorry, we kind of spoiled it.
Listen, your local retailer will either have the back issue comics or the trade paperback, and if he doesn't, ask him to order the trade paperback in stock at Diamond.
But this is a great value. I personally sold this page myself over a decade ago for not a whole lot less. So.
All right, so I will pick one other one. Normally, I would pick the Marvel Fanfare. I love the Marvel Fanfare, but honestly, I think on some levels the best value of the night is this Eddie Barrows layout cover. Now, here's the thing about this layout cover that's really key. Usually, when I see thumbnail layouts of covers, artists draw them very small. like a little bit more, like less than 8 by 10.
Yeah, and this is 11 by 17 artboard. This is standard size
Yep.
artboard.
Yep. What they'll usually do is put it over the light box and they'll pencil and blow it up.
Yeah.
This is full size. Eddie likes to see the full feel of the cover to make sure he's
I can
hitting
tell you,
it.
collecting Eddie's work myself, and I don't collect a ton of modern art, but Eddie is someone that I really sort of attach to his work. He typically lays out a cover A, B, and C with the cover layouts. He actually goes through and sort of tinkers with changing the poses or a completely different scene. Now, as far as I know and that I've seen, this is the only layout for this cover, but there are some covers he's done where there's multiple layouts.
So the thing is this is a great value. This is how much? $450?
$450, yeah.
And Will did say that for this continental US, he will ship it free and he will take 20% down. So like, $90, $100 down and pay the rest within 2 months. Look, a lot of us are on budget. Some of us can afford to pay it right away to get it right away and get the great instant gratification. Some of us need to put the money down and make sure that we can afford it. All is good.
If I'm reading
What-
this right, I'm sorry to interrupt. It looks like Miss Jen wants the Thunderbolts page.
Oh, really?
Okay.
All right.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, Thunderbolts is sold. Thank you, Miss Jen.
Cool.
There we go.
So normally I would torture Nick and I would probably choose this Giffen Legion page here as like the piece that I'm picking. But I'm not going to do that because I know he loves it.
Thank you. Thank you for not picking
So,
it.
instead, I'm going to cheat a little bit and I'm going to pick several pages. These Thor pages right here. So you get these Tom Rainey, Scott Hanna ink Thor pages. Any of them. You can pick any one of them. And they have all different content. You can pick any one of them for $200. Let me make sure I'm getting that in the camera. Any one of these pages. These are great. These were, are we sure the year? When were these done?
We were talking about, oh God, we did not look that one up.
I believe
I was saying that
early
Juergens-
2000s, right?
Yeah, well, Juergens did #1 in '96, I think. It was before Heroes Reborn.
Oh, 2002. That's right. The
Right.
guy with the T-shirt. So this
Right.
is around 2002.
Right, it was before Marvel Knights. Juergens worked on Thor before Marvel Knights, and the thing is that this series had a lot of great artists. Started off with John Romita Jr., one to Andy Kubert, Stuart Immonen, Tom Rainey.
Look at this page for $200. I mean, this is crazy. Ah, you're welcome.
It is a money shot page. Now, look, I mean, we. The funny thing is that, and here, let me go over here. Step aside 1 second, Will. We'll come right back with this. I just want to be able. I'm going to take the mask off. I really did not look at these pages before I put them up, and when I say that, I know that sounds a little funny. The one thing I've said last week that I mean that I'm saying this week. The artwork that I'm selling is from my personal collection. And the reason why I'm bringing the artwork from my personal collection here, Will is, all kidding aside, Will's bringing the artwork that he has on his website, comicartpage.com. He's bringing artwork and helping to educate everyone on original art and bringing a wide breadth of art. What I've been doing is bringing the art that is in my collection that I love. And the reason why I'm bringing it is because I want to be able to just express to you how important and how beautiful the artwork is. A lot of these Tom Rainey pages, I was really fortunate. I bought them from Tom and Scott Hanna because it's Tom Rainey and Scott Hanna. I was really fortunate. I bought them through their art rep, Spencer Beck of The Artist Choice. You can go to theartistchoice.com. So what I did was I went in and I started looking through the pages and just said, oh, this is a nice run of Thor. Let me grab these pages of Thor from number 50 to 55. I did not take that close of a look at them. So when we started this, I started off saying, we'll do them all at $200, keep the price simple. But there are pages here like the Splash, like Odin on the Throne. I forgot I brought them, but I made a promise. I said $200 each. So up until 8 o'clock tonight, the end of this broadcast, if you pick it, it's $200. So that's my spiel. I just wanted everybody to know that I just, it can sound really, really funny saying I didn't look at the pages close enough. I just wanted to express what that really means, which is I was more excited about bringing a nice run of pages, especially since tonight at 8 o'clock we have Miss Jen, what's in the box, but then at 10 o'clock, Scott Hanna is going to be here. So I really went through looking at what Scott Hanna inked art that I had. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. So thank you. Oh, thanks, Hunter. Really appreciate that.
Hey, no, that's great. Just to be more accurate, this is actually Zeus on the throne.
Oh, Zeus.
Yeah,
okay.
no. I looked at it quickly, but I'm looking at the architecture here. I'm looking at the shape of the beard. This is Thor bowing before, the Greek Allfather. But still, either way, great page. Any of these, $200. Grab one. Maybe grab two.
They are a really good price, and it will not break my heart if you don't buy them. It will really not break my heart. All right, we're going to do something different now. I'm going to show one more Tom Rainey, Scott Hanna. This is a really cool page from Search from Cyclops. Pencils by Tom, inks by Scott. We're going to make this $200 as well. So this is a beautiful page. And when you looked it up, you said 2001, 2002?
2000 to 2001.
2000, 2001. So 20-year-old page, issue 1, page number 20, $200. It's not bad. A 20-year-old page. Again, what Will and I were saying is, what I was saying is, as we're getting older, time flies faster. It's hard to believe that some of this artwork that we were buying, I mean, look, when this was coming out, I was 30. Mentally, I was still 17. Right now, I've regressed, so I'm about 14 mentally. Man. So, but 20 years has passed. And when you think about this, when we were, and again, don't buy any art, do not buy any art as an investment. Flat out. I don't care how inexpensive it is. Only buy it if you love it. But when you think about it, and this is just a comparison. So in let's say 1991, what were you buying Spider-Man art from 1971 for? Because you were a huge Spider-Man buyer.
Maybe, I mean, anywhere from $60 to $350, depending on the artist.
Right.
Yeah.
Andrew has a question.
Yeah.
Just throw it out there. He wants to know if he can purchase after the show.
Sure. Okay. I really did not want to give this pricing after the show. I wanted it to be during the show because I want everybody to watch during the show. But first of all, for Will, anything he has you can buy after the show.
I was going to say, that's a harder question for you. For me, you just go to my website, www.comicartpage.com.
Yep. So with Will, you can buy anything after the show if it's still available. With me, I wanted to keep the special pricing during the show, but if you reach out, yes, I will hold the price. You can tell the words are getting stuck in my throat. I will hold to that pricing.
I don't know. They're getting stuck in your throat or the mask.
Yeah, right? It's the mask. It's like, yeah, stay in there. So $200. Let's see. There we go. So we were showing a quiet page with Nightcrawler and Colossus, and this is the issue before and another quiet page. Now, the first quiet page we showed, the first quiet page was Colossus and Nightcrawler on the car talking. This hospital page we're going to do for $250. The other page was $295. I think that had a little bit more going for it. I think there were less panels. I'm going by memory, and if my memory's wrong, well, you're still getting this for $250 instead of $295. Wow. Thank you, Andrew. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. I think we should show your Commandy page, though, in a second. So,
getting a request for that, yeah.
$250, $250. And again, if you're on a limited budget, you want to put $50 down today and pay the other $200 within 60 days, feel free. Commandy.
Commandy, by request. We're going to bring the Commandy page back out. Again, Chick Stone pencils. This is not a Jack Kirby page. It just looks a lot like Jack Kirby. Commandy was Jack Kirby's creation. Has a very Planet of the Apes type feel to that. This series.
It did, and look, it's $650. It's literally 45 years old. You can think about this like this. Basically, it's $15 a year. I'm not kidding. This page is less than 15. We're not saying you can buy it today and pay $15 a year. What we're saying is that this came out in 1976. It's $650. If you want to buy it from Will, he is offering it at 20% down, plus up to 60 days to pay.
And free shipping within the U.S. of A.
Free shipping within the continental United States. You are paying less than $15 a year for the age of this. And like we were talking before, right now, original art is skyrocketing up. Percentage-wise, less expensive pages are going up more. So $650 for this is relatively a steal, I think. And if it's something you think you will love, if it's something you think you will adore, you should jump on it. It's a beautiful page. Chick Stone. Will was saying this earlier. He's more well regarded as an inker, but he was one of Jack Kirby's inkers. And what we were saying before, an inker, it's not just about the blacks and filling in the lines. It's actually setting the mood.
Absolutely.
Without the inker, without the colorist, the inker and the colorist, it's literally like the score to a movie.
It changes everything. It can lead the movie in one direction or another. It can lead the storytelling in one direction or the other.
The writer is the author of the movie. The penciler is the director. And the inker is literally the editor and special effects, and the colorist is the music. That's literally the way you can look at a comic. And understand, comics are the best form of entertainment. You are looking at pure entertainment value. There is only one of these pages in the world. If you were to buy this, you would be the only person to own it. So I gave you the hard sell. $650, 45 years old. It is, in my opinion, one of the best values you can get, not even just in this show, but period.
Absolutely.
I read a lot of Command. You love Command. That is a great representation of the character and the time.
Yeah.
The setting, that sort of day after tomorrow.
And if you didn't hear what John said, what he said was, this is a great representation of the art of the time and representing the day after tomorrow and the look and the feel that Kirby was going with, that, as Will was saying, around the time of the Planet of the Apes, just it's a great piece to jump on.
Hey, and Andrew, I'm responding. I appreciate that you're looking on my site. I hope you find something there that really strikes your fancy.
Awesome. Yeah, www.comicartpage.com. So here's another page. I sent this to Kyle earlier. This is one of my favorite pages that I'm showing tonight.
It's a great panel. That middle panel is fantastic.
Isn't it?
It's a fantastic panel.
So this is another one that maybe I would have done at $300 just for the heck of it. but I'm going to do this one at $225 plus shipping.
Is that Mora?
Yep,
Okay.
Maura McTaggart. You have an amazing site, Will. I've bought from Spencer before and Anthony in Jersey. Is that a compliment or a diss? I went to your competitors, but Andrew, I'm asking Cadence. Who else did you buy from?
Well, he did say have an amazing site. So he likes the site, so that's a good start. And
Hopefully he likes the art on the site too.
Hopefully you find something there you like. I mean, there's more to come. I just did an update today. There'll be an update again soon. There's always things coming in and out, and there are lots of things. I'll just say this: lots of things that unfortunately never make it to the website because I'm at a show. Somebody buys it from me at a show. Haven't been to a show since September, but.
Guess what? You just got the highest compliment.
Oh.
Andrew just said you're next.
Okay, great.
And not, I don't think in the way the movie.
Let's hope not.
225. This is a beautiful page. Again, this is Tom Rainey art, Scott Hanna inks. There's a look. We're definitely talking about Tom Rainey and Scott Hanna. To me, Tom Rainey and Scott Hanna, one of the best teams in the industry. And the big thing about them, I'm going to take my mask off for this. The big reason why I love Tom Rainey is he's just one of the best artists that has been in the industry. And I don't think enough people realize how fantastic he is. And Scott Hanna on Tom Rainey, he just brings out the best in them. They bring out the best in each other. And the way I'm looking at it is the fact that Scott Hanna, again, and he's coming on tonight at 10. The reason why we want him at 10 o'clock on the experience tonight is because of the history of what he has, is because how great of an inker he is. I mean, this is someone who has inked everyone from John Romita Jr., Mark Bagley, Tom Rainey, to Walt Simonson. I mean, he's inked freaking Walt Simonson. Do you know how few people have inked Walt Simonson in his career? At least since Thor 337. Very few. Scott Hanna is one of the few. So you are getting a great page here for $225 if you're interested. And it's just a great one to add to your collection, whether it's your first piece of art or it's just a new piece of art that you just found and that you love. So again, this is probably going to be 15 years old. It's a great, great page, 2 1/4, and it's one of my favorite pages of tonight. So he calls himself the ultimate mimic. Tom Rainey is way more than the ultimate mimic. He is one of the best artists this industry has ever had, and he deserves more praise. All right, since I did this one at 2 1/4, I definitely got to remember this. All right. For those that weren't here in the beginning, I said I was going to do something that I knew would drive Will a little crazy, which was price these pages as I went. So here's a page that's really cool from issue 66.
Okay.
Professor X, Cyclops. Page 2. All right, this for the hell of it, just for the hell of it, I'm going to make this the best price Tom Rainey page of the night. $160 for this page with Professor X and Cyclops. Ultimate X-Men 66, $160 plus shipping, available tonight. That's just a really nice page.
That's like $40 down, huh?
That's $32 down if we want to be specific.
Okay.
But yeah. Oh, Scott Hanna says the ultimate mimic. Okay, Scott Hanna says that. I still don't agree. I do not agree that Scott Hanna is the ultimate mimic. I think Scott Hanna is the best enhancer in the industry, or at least one of them. How do we claim in this chat log? TC Chen, just say you claim it, write the issue number, the page number, and we will take care of it. And then you can email me.
Or in the case of if it's an individual piece that there's not multiples of, you can just say, claim the title, whatever the title is.
Yeah, So this is Ultimate X-Men 66, page number 2. So, and we're going to go to commercial break, and when we come back, we'll do a little bit of a recap, show some more art, have some more fun. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to talk about some of the art that we love most and the artists we love most. We're not even going to sell to you for a little bit. We're just going to have fun talking.
That's not too hard, right?
Oh, I can talk.
I've heard that somewhere.
Yeah, for me. All right, $160.
At least he's honest.
Best price Tom Rainey piece of art of the night. $160. Ultimate X-Men. And now I'm going by memory. I think this might still be Robert Kirkman, though it could have been Brian Cave 1 run, but I don't remember. But everybody, you're in front of your computer. Correct me and tell me how wrong I am. I'd say you'll get a no prize, but that's a trademark infringement. We don't want to go there.
You get a Dyna prize.
You get a Dyna prize. A Dyna List prize. I got to think of a better name. A Dyna Love prize. You'll get a heart. A Dyna Love. If you saw The Vision and Scarlet Witch, it'll be like that first episode. God, that was bad.
Yeah, don't,
You're so lucky you missed that.
don't blow it for me. I gotta get on that.
Oh, it's in the commercial. It's in the commercial.
I think we're back.
Oh,
and,
we were just talking about how
yeah,
badass King Kong versus Godzilla looks.
we kind of disappeared for a second.
Yeah,
But,
sorry. We're having a little bit of fun. Now, we were talking about, first of all, Andrew, no, we do not have store locations, mail order only. And to be more clear, Will is at www.comicartpage.com. I do not even have a website for the art. I'm only offering my art during the shows to bring something new. Again, these events are meant to be informative. They're meant to be fun. They're meant to encourage you to learn about artwork, but also appreciate the comics market and everything that we have in the industry. Because what we want to remind you is this artwork is beautiful, but without comics retailers and without comic stores, We cannot be selling comics, which would create the art. So definitely frequent your local comic retailer. And if you want Will's original art, www.comicartpage.com. If you want anything from me, it literally is buy it from the show. Next week, I'll have all fresh product because I hate calling it product. I'll have all fresh art because I want to bring you something new and something to excite you. I've said this before. There's a reason why I'm pulling the artwork from my collection, my personal collection, because I want to be able to be excited and be. Obviously, I'm not that informative. I can't remember some of the years of the books. Couldn't remember one of the writers.
You're pretty good with the writers, Nick.
Not okay,
You know.
but at least I want to have fun and bring it to you. So,
and listen again. I can attest to this because I've enabled Nick. I've sold him art. Collecting a long time ago. Got out of it for a while. Came back in, but he has a hard time selling and separating from his art. So
I actually do.
The time when he offers it is the time to buy it.
So 451 page 3. Okay, this is gone.
Okay, great.
So all the Thor pages are each $200. So a nice $200 page. So let's pick some more art.
And Andrew he says he has 9 pieces. He is just getting started, but hey, welcome to a great hobby.
Andrew, let me ask you this question because this is interactive. This is one of the parts I love about this. Which of Will's pages are you gravitating to the most, out of curiosity?
Oh, put me on the spot, huh?
Dude, we both have great art. All art is great. There's no doubt about that. But I focused a little bit more on...
Or rather, we're putting Andrew on the spot.
Well, I mean, Andrew right now, he's not shy. I mean, you're not shy, are you? You're not shy, right? No, he's not shy. He's posting. He's not shy. So this is part of the interaction. Let us know what you like, and just it's not like you're gonna say I love the Marvel fanfare. We're gonna say sold. No, we're just curious, man. We're having fun. Let's talk about some of the other art then. So I focused on Scott Hanna, as I mentioned, and Tom Rainey, mostly because I love Tom Rainey and Scott Hanna.
And Scott will be on later.
And Scott will be on after What's in the Box with Miss Jen. So.
Lots of Spider-Man. Do I have Spider-Man piece?
Which Spider-Man, buddy?
Yeah, I don't remember Spider-Man piece.
Are you going off his website? On the site. On your site.
Yeah, so I was going to say, I think he's looking at your site.
Okay. Okay, gotcha.
And I will say one thing.
Do you have any Hulk art?
I do not
think
so.
Here, yeah.
Not tonight. We can bring Hulk next week, I think. We can find something. But what I was going to say is that Will is one of the aforementioned experts of Spider-Man and John Byrne.
Oh, okay.
You are one of the biggest experts on those two characters, on that creator and that character.
Well, let's hope I know more outside of that, but I'll take it.
How about in comic art? Listen, he asked about Spider-Man, so I thought Spider-Man transformation pages, Hulk, Avengers, Iron Man.
Okay, yeah. We got some of that.
Yeah.
I got some of that.
Will has more than some. All right, so we're going to show a few Ultimate X-Men pages. This is what I'm going to do. Unless I say different, every page I'm going to show. Well, let me take this page down. I was about to say every page here is $275, but this one, as a reminder, is $160. So definitely not $275. We have Ultimate X-Men 66, page 19. By the way, this tells you how good of a salesman Spencer is. Look at how much time he knew I loved Tom Rainey, and he came up to me at a convention. It's New York Comic Con, and he's like, Nick, I'm closing up. I've got these Tom Rainey pages, and Scott inked them. And when I close up, I think when I take these back, I'm going to increase the prices on them because when New York Comic Con's over, And the thing is I knew he really was going to do that,
Oh yeah.
so I jumped on it while I could.
No, I would take Spencer at his word.
Yep. Ultimate X-Men, 67 page 2, 275. Ultimate X-Men, 67 page 10, 275. Ultimate Secret. Now, I thought this was Ultimate X-Men. I will do this at 275 only if it's bought by 8 o'clock. If you're watching this after 8 o'clock, I am not offering this at 275. So if you're live on the air right now, 275. So this is a really great page, and I kid you not, this is the steal of the night. I thought the other page was
Captain Marvel, Mr. Fantastic, and Tony Stark, huh?
It is.
Yeah.
And Andrew just posted, certain things just speak to me, and I have to have it, even if it's something I haven't read.
Okay.
Well, that's the way art is. And you know what? Here's the thing. That you just hit the nail on the head. There are pages of art that you may buy because of the artist, because of the character. You may not have read the comic, but you look at that piece of art and you just say, oh my God, that speaks to me. I love that page. I really want that page. And that's part of the fun of collecting comics, and collecting comic art.
Absolutely.
Something pops out at you. So let's see. Yeah, it's pretty exciting. I will say, as we're talking about this,
Man-Wolf, okay.
I am.
He said he likes transformation pages.
Yeah.
Spider-Man, and I was saying you should check your site and see if you have any Man-Wolf.
Yeah, I don't think I have any Man-Wolf right now, but there's some Spider-Man stuff up there.
This is Frank Springer, and this was part of the trade I just did with Anthony Snyder. So this from Marvel Comics Presents number 12. Now, here's the thing. I don't remember this story, but I'm a Frank Springer, Frank Robbins fan, especially when it comes to Invaders, Detective. I mean, kind of crazy that I think it was Frank Robbins wrote the story that Bob Brown drew where Talia unmasked Batman. I'm trying to remember.
Man, you're digging this.
All right. So, but it had no Marita, and it's a splash page, and I just thought, I don't remember the story, and some of the Marvel Comics Present stories were great, and some weren't. Obviously, we got Barry Windsor Smith, we got Sam Keith, we have so many other great artists. But when I saw this page that Anthony had, I bought it because it was just cool. I mean, come on. I mean, Namorita with a ponytail with an Empire State University shirt does not exactly feel like a really great story. And I'm probably dissing a writer I know. I should shut up while I'm ahead. But what I'll say is, how about I just move to, I saw the page, it spoke to me, I bought it. So that's part of what art is. Art,
Absolutely.
Comics are art, original art is art. If it speaks to you, that's all that matters. What was the first piece of artwork that you bought that made you say, oh my God?
Oh, man.
The first piece that you remember. I mean, look, none of us is going to remember the first.
I mean, I remember, if people can go back and remember the CGC. No, not CG. CBG. Man,
CBG.
There's too many acronyms.
Yeah.
The CBG, the weekly newspaper that came out. And there were plenty of articles in there, but there were also ads, and there were classified ads. And there was a section on original art. And I saw an ad, and I responded to it, and the guy still had the pages, and they were two Gil Kane Amazing Spider-Man pages from issue 102 and 103.
Damn.
And I think the pair cost me something like I don't know, $140, $160. I mean, this would have been back around 1991.
Which we were just talking about.
30 years ago. I was in college, and yeah, they spoke to me. I mean, I remembered the story. Came out a little bit before my time, but I love Spider-Man. I had a complete high-grade run at the time, and it was really cool to get original pages at affordable numbers, at prices that some of the comic books, not even the key issues, were selling for.
Right.
And no, it was really cool. I sent away to a complete stranger, and lo and behold, about a week later, the pages arrived. They were fantastic to look at, and yeah, I mean, they spoke to me. I mean, it was Morbius and the Six-Armed Spidey. I mean, what more did you want?
Exactly. No, and it's funny because that was still at a period where Marvel was calling the horror characters by different names. So Werewolf by Night, Morbius, or Tomb of Dracula. You couldn't just
Yeah,
go straight horror because of the comics code. And you wouldn't have had Blade without Tomb of Dracula. I mean, it's a really, really, really interesting time that these comics were coming out in the 70s. For me, I picked up original art. I used to set up at Great Eastern conventions.
Oh,
and
you're going back.
I'm going way back. I'm going back 39 years.
That's
Greenberg, Great Eastern. Yeah. Mount Laurel, right down the street, man. The Holiday Inn.
I probably bumped into you and didn't know you back then.
Yeah, I was set up at the booth. I was like the 13-year-old to 18-year-old set up.
Okay.
So, matter of fact, you remember Rich Lou or Tim Quicksell?
Oh, I remember Tim. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
We always used to set up. So anyway, back in the day, I would pick up like Northern Jersey, Wayne, New Jersey, Paramus, New Jersey, Hartfield, Connecticut, like Dick Dillon, and maybe some Aparo and some other great artists. And then I really collected when the Marvel Masterworks Jusco paintings came out. I actually bought all of those from Joe, but for cash flow reasons, I had to sell the majority of them. I couldn't afford to keep them. I wish I could. And I got the bug in me. And then there was Alexander of Alexander's Gallery that had the art shows.
Oh,
and, for some reason, I can't remember if it was $100 or $300 or somewhere in between. But either Jim Warden or Albert Moy or Scott Doombeer, I got 2 Captain America 255 pages. And at the time, I was like, oh, my God. I don't remember if it was 100 or whatever, 300. I was just like, oh, okay. I got a Namor page with Submariner. And I've had all this art. I've never sold any of it except for one cover, a Namor cover to Scott Green. And only because you and Jim Warden said, Scott's a great guy. He will love it if you sell it to him.
Okay.
So I sold it to Scott Green, but these are my origin stories. And then I bought a little bit of art along the way after that. And I bought art from Jack Kirby, which was cool, buying it, being at his house, buying art from
those
Jack.
Those are the days you could actually reach out to Jack and later, Roz, you could reach out and buy art directly from the family.
And then, I bought artwork here and there over the years. And then at San Diego Comic-Con, I was at Albert's booth, and Albert says, you're a big Gil Kane guy, right? I said, yeah. He's like, you look like you want to buy a complete book. And I said, what book? And he tells me the book, and my jaw drops. And I said, I can't afford this. And Albert, being Albert, said, hey, I'll give you 6 months to pay for it.
Okay.
Or until I need the money for Heritage.
Enabling.
Yeah, exactly. Amazingly, the money for Heritage came a little bit sooner than he thought.
Oh, okay.
So anyway, Albert's a great guy, and that's the fun part about this hobby is that there's a lot of great people. We've name dropped tonight, WillComicArtPage.com, Spencer Beck, TheArtistChoice.com. We're talking about Albert Moy, Anthony Snyder, Jim Warden, DOAR, all these great guys. So anyway, we just wanted to have fun because this is not all about selling. This is also about fun.
Let's share.
Let's share. All right. Do we have any questions? I've been doing so much jabbering. My first piece was a Ted McKeever Doom Patrol. Nice. Ron Friends and Sal Buscema. Let's see. Yeah, if you like Spider-Man and Transformers, see if Will has. Okay. My first page was page 1 of issue 2 of Preacher. Oh my God. Wow. Doc, Ock fighting Spider-Man swinging the city. That one page tells a whole story. Let's see. And Kyle's second one was a Vince Locke History of Violence page. Yes, I'm so professional. I'm looking into the camera.
Hey, this is the learning curve, folks. You know, we're looking into the camera. We're switching back and forth. We're not quite centered, but
yeah,
it's working.
it's our sophomore session. It's our second
working.
show.
It's working.
So I'm going to focus more on Will's art because Will is a great special guest, and let's pay more attention to his art. Don Newton Detective 519. Great issue. The villain again, Will?
Oh, Captain Blimp.
Captain Blimp. Okay.
Captain Blimp.
There had to be one.
Little blimp logo.
There had to be one downside to this page, right?
Yeah, and even the henchmen have the blimp logo. I mean,
that's so funny. $1,400, 20% down. You have up until 60 days. Here's another great page. Marvel Fanfare number 3, going back all the way to 1982, almost 40 years old. $700. And not only can you do 20% down, freaking Trevor Von Eden is so awesome. Not only can you do 20% down, he'll even add in free shipping in the continental U.S.
All right. Oh, any part of the U.S.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Any of the 50 states.
And what I think may be the best price item of the night, Commandy 41, page 23, Chick Stone, one of Jack Kirby's inkers, who also, as we said before, penciler. Look at how beautiful this looks. It looks as if the king drew it himself. This
really does.
Yep, 1976, 45 years old. And I was kidding earlier. I was saying, look, this is costing you basically $14 for each year it's been around.
And one thing I didn't mention, I was neglectful not to mention, this is Chick Stone pencils, but it's Mike Royer inks. And there's another, there's another talent closely associated with the king himself. So, I mean, that's why. So you have Chick, who was inking Jack way back in the 60s. And he comes back in the 70s to pencil one of his, signature 70s characters. And then you have Mike Royer, who was already inking much of the series, along with D. Bruce Berry, comes to ink it. And
that's so funny.
You have two Jack Kirby inkers, fan favorite inkers, coming together, and that's why it looks so much like Jack's work.
Yeah. Jen said Mike Royer is the kindest gentleman, and Andrew said, I hate to leave, gentlemen, but I have to get the kids ready for bed until next time.
Okay.
Definitely, brother, until next time.
Same bat time, same back channel, if we can borrow that phrase just for a moment.
And let's see, Dave Cockrum, Eclipso. This is such a great page. How much was this one again, Will?
$6.95.
I love this page.
And like you mentioned earlier, Eclipso will most probably be in
Stargirl,
yeah.
Which is basically the JSA on TV.
Yeah.
So beautiful.
Some people actually, little tidbits. Some people actually collect end pages.
I do.
Yeah.
I do, absolutely.
Yeah, specifically.
I love opening pages. I love end pages.
Yeah.
And I love anniversary issues, as you know. We were talking about stuff. There is artwork that I buy just for the significance of it. And this is a great end page. And again, it's by the late great Dave Cockrum.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right. So I think. Thank you. We already showed the Avengers, the Aquaman. We'll give the Aquaman one last one because this is really cool. For a prelim, this is great. Eddie Barrows, prelim.
Pretty finished prelim.
Very finished prelim.
Throne of Atlantis. Aquaman number 15.
And Will did say he would add in free shipping for this cover prelim. Look, last night, Will, on a different show, actually bought another one for $800. I can't remember how much. A little bit less than 800,
Yeah.
but still more than 450.
No, actually no.
Oh,
It was about the same price. But it was a
I have a
drawing.
bad memory.
It wasn't a cover prelim, it was a drawing.
That's right. That's right. It was a commission. That was the difference. It was a commission. So I will leave this with, I think we're going to just chat after this because I don't want to show any more of my art because I'm not really looking to sell it.
Yeah, I can see you're already kind of regretting a little bit.
But I will show the best priced piece of the night when it comes to Tom Rainey and Scott Hanna, because this is $160 plus shipping. Again, if you're on a tight budget and you want to put $32 down and pay the rest within 2 months, you're more than welcome. No interest type of guy I am. No, just kidding. No, I actually am that type of guy. So this is the best priced Rainey Hanna piece that I have tonight, $160. And the reason why I brought so much Rainey Hanna is A, I'm a fan of those guys, and B, equally as important, Scott is appearing tonight at 10 o'clock. So at 8 o'clock we have Miss Jen, and at 10 o'clock we have Scott Hanna. So I think we should finish this with a chat. Is there a message? Your work is amazing. Well, I hope she's talking about Tom Rainey.
Yeah. But your work ethic is amazing. I can attest to that.
Yeah, you're very kind. Thank you. So, look, this is our second show. We are having fun. I will throw out there what I've said before, and I'll say it again. We're here to inform you. We're here to have some fun.
Hopefully even entertain you just a smidgen.
Exactly. A little bit of entertainment. Will is here to sell as well. This is what he does for a living, which is why even if you didn't buy tonight, you should visit him at www.comicartpage.com and just get the feeling of what the breadth of original art that's out there is. He's got some fantastic examples all through the decades, all price points, pages, panel pages, splashes, covers, everything you can hope for. We want to make this informative. We want to make this entertaining. We want Will to sell art. Nick doesn't want to sell any art, but since I'm presenting it, if you buy it, you buy it. It's a beautiful thing. I'm happy. I want you to get enjoyment out of this. This is the comic shopping experience. We want you to come here, have a great experience, have a great time.
And welcome Lynn. She just got here.
Oh, hey, no worries, Lynn. It's all good. Hey, the beautiful thing about this is whether you're watching this on YouTube, Facebook, our website, Twitter, you could just, well, no, not Twitch. Can't sell on Twitch. Twitch is when we do straight entertainment.
Oh, okay.
So, but you can.
See, I just learned something.
There you go. But you can rewatch everything and you can have fun with us. And hopefully, we do this every Thursday, 6 to 8, and we are just having fun with what we're doing. And again, informative, entertaining. We love to hear from you.
Absolutely.
We want you to support your local retailer, because without our local retailer, it's very symbiotic. Retailers need publishers. Publishers need retailers and fans. Fans need publishers and retailers. We all need each other. And because without our local retailers, there is no comic art to create comics. Please, please, please frequent your local retailer, whether they have curbside pickup, whether you have to make an appointment to see them, if they have limited capacity. Support them if you can. And let's keep this hobby going. 800 Comic Shop Locator Service. There's nothing more important. Except for Miss Jen's coming up at 8.
Oh, okay.
And Scott Hanna at 10.
Yeah.
Yep.
So again, if there's anything you missed because you just got here, you can always visit my website. If I don't think you're putting, but if there's anything in Nick's, that you had a question about,
you can email Will as well.
I can certainly get in touch with Nick for you quite easily. And there's a great variety of things here to pick from, great variety of pieces of art. Things that are 10, 20 years old, things that are 30, 40, almost 50 years old. Different characters, different titles, different artists.
Different price points.
Different price points. And let us know what you're looking for. We'll try to bring it on. The thing is with original art, because it is one of a kind, I can't, if you're looking for, I don't know, a Thanos page, I can't just necessarily pull it out of my back pocket.
Right.
But you can still mention it. Maybe I have something. Maybe Nick has something. Maybe even a guest, coming on might have something. Or maybe it's something I can find for you.
Actually, that's a great point. If you go to www.comicartpage.com and you email Will, he may be able to help you find some art. It is work, so be considerate and kind if you're asking. This is, as he said, this isn't saying, hey, I need a Silver Surfer 50 foil embossed cover, and it's a matter of reaching out to a bunch of people. Somebody has to have it. If you're looking for X Silver Surfer with X characters on it, that by Y artist, that may not be so easy. But if anybody can help you, it's Will.
Well, hey, I'll take that as a compliment and try to live up to that.
So, thank you all. We had a great night as always, but it's only because you came here to watch us.
Come back again next week, same time, Thursday night, 6 to 8. And
yeah, I mean, look, here's the thing. Kyle will just cut us off when he's ready. So we'll go back to talking about Godzilla versus King Kong.
There's something for every imagination at your local comic shop. Visit comicshoplocator.com to find a store near you.
When Dr. Frankenstein created a monster, he lost control. Now, the era of monsters has begun. With a robot army at his command, Dr. Frankenstein battles vampires, zombies, werewolves, and monsters. No one is safe. Everything is monstrous.
Everybody, welcome to What's in the Box on the Experience. I'm Miss Jen. Hannah's on the other side of the camera. She may or may not talk. Oh well. I'm trying out this headgear stuff so I look cool. I'm not going to DJ anything for you guys. I just feel like we have the heater on back here, and so it's pretty loud. So I thought this might make it better. I have had a really great day. It has been nice and cool here, hence the hoodie. I hope you guys are having really good weather where you are. I see Tina. Hello. This is a fully interactive show. So please comment and chat. You can chat with each other about the weather, birds, animals, your pets, what you had for dinner, what kind of cute kids you've got. All those things. We want to get to know each other because this is a community that we want to build and hang out together. My payment and all that stuff is super, super simple. If you are buying from us for the very first time on this show, there's going to be a cool thing that pops out at the bottom that tells you where you can register. That'll give me the information I need to know to be able to connect with you and be able to send you your invoices. You can shop with me every day of the week from Wednesday to Wednesday, and all of those things can ship together. And also the invoices come on Wednesday as well. And we ship via media rate unless you would like it shipped another way. media rate is really inexpensive, although the rates did go up this week because, things cost more to ship. They're trying to move things across the country. Did we ever decide if birds were real? I actually talked to someone today that told me a cool story about a fellow who raised pigeons, racing pigeons. Have you guys ever heard of racing pigeons or homing pigeons? They actually told the story about finding a baby racing pigeon. So that theory where the proof of birds not being real is no one's ever seen a baby pigeon. Sorry, y'all. All right. So what we do for what's in the box is a really fun thing. So I have diamond boxes down here that I bought from a closed store that have never been opened before, and I don't know what's in them. So the potential for having really awesome stuff in here is high. Think of this show as a way to grab up things for inexpensive that should be expensive, or ways to fill holes in your collection. You should also, if you buy something tonight and you think to yourself, man, I wish I had the rest of that series, you should totally look for a local comic shop in your area by using the comicshoplocator.com, because there are some in every city, probably, or at least within driving distance, that you can find that way. It's pretty simple. All you need is the zip code for where you live. All right. Hannah says they're not. Fine. All right, let's go. So the easy way to claim from me is I'm going to show you books, and I'm going to put them on the board back here. There's going to be multiples of a lot of these books because there are back stock of brand new books that never made it out to the sales floor. So multiple people can call. We'll pull them and put them in your pile until we run out of those copies. Just call them what I call them, even if I'm calling them something that's not accurately accurate. Like if I call something accidentally a cover B that is actually a cover A in real life, don't worry about it. If you call it what I call it, that's what's going to end up in your pile. All right. You guys ready to go? Let's go. All right. Now, we were working through this box at the end of last session. So if you were buying on that show and you were like, man, there were some things I wish we saw, this box beginning is going to be what you're after. It's like you're right there. Oh, that's good. I like it. Now, if I do the whole My Big Fat Greek Wedding, in which I turn around and this thing jerks my head off, you guys can just laugh hysterically because that's what I find funny too. So laugh away. All right, this is Sleepwalker number 2. It's part of the Infinity Wars line. Looks like there's just one of this one. All right, this one a bunch of people get, at least 3 of you. This is Infinity Wars number 6. Infinity Wars number 6, and it has a nice black back. So you could hypothetically get something drawn on it. Ooh, and I love this one. This one's probably going to be a hot book because of the announcements that involve Loki and the new Disney Plus shows. This is Infinity Wars Prime. That is the variant with Loki on the cover. Lynn, Tina. Does that go to Lynn? Oh, that's right. So something you guys don't know is that Hannah is allergic to a great many things, but mostly to the inks that are on the covers of Marvel books. So if you see me bagging and boarding it for her, that's why. So hi, Eileen. How are you doing? Well, I'm glad I tried it out. These awesome microphones / headphones I got at the Ross Dress for Less. I know that's not what you usually find at Ross, but that's what I found. Hey, Douglas. All right, this is Infinity Warps number 1. This is the Adam Kubert cover. I've got a couple of those. And again, everything that I'm showing you is cover price, cover price, cover price, cover price. And if you want to know what the cover price is, I'm happy to tell you. But 99% of these are going to be $3.99. All right, this is Killmonger number 2. Killmonger 2, this has a Stan Lee banner. Mm-hmm. I had a hard time deciding between these, and they had this pair that was like, it had unicorn horn on it that lit up, and the like ears that had lights in them. I thought that might take me very seriously if I actually wore those. So I didn't buy those. All right, this is Killmonger #1. I've got 3 copies of that. Killmonger makes you break your retainer. Oh, holy camoles. Well, okay, you guys are going to all win today. Yeah. All right, here we go. This is a Doctor Who #1. This is cover C, the retailer incentive cover. This is the 1 in 25 cover, y'all. That's a 1 in 25 cover for Doctor Who. That is your 11th Doctor cover. And everyone can win. And the other thing that I forgot to say is that if everyone calls the ones that they want, and we still have more up here, you can call as many as you want after everyone's been satisfied with what they want. I saw some Killmonger called. All right, Lynn.
That's Tina. It's just her.
Oh, it's her.
On YouTube.
Oh, she figured out the hack too.
Yeah.
Tina! Yes! I was trying to tell everybody, if you watch live from YouTube, the lag is less than if you watch it from any other of the sites that we can find. That only really matters if you want to call a lot of stuff. All right, so that one is for Hannah. And then the first Killmonger goes to Tina. And I see Steve wants a Doctor Who. Oh, Hannah's already got one. There you go. By the way, I know for a fact that is at least a $10 book. Oh, even better. Even better. This box is going to keep on giving to you guys. You hear about the hacks? All right, this is Doctor Who #1. This is the cover D, the Casa Grande, and that is, I believe, another high ratio variant. So this one, just call it Doctor Who Black and White, since we just had a Doctor Who come out of the box. And there's more. Hannah wants one of those. So from what I've seen from these boxes, the retailer had like a retailer exclusive made. And that's the only reason they have all these high ratio variants. Otherwise, these would be super, super rare. But because they probably bought 3,000 of the main books, so they've ended up with a lot of these. All right, and here's a high ratio variant. This is the retailer incentive cover C of Doctor Who 10th Doctor. Which Doctor is your favorite? It doesn't have to be either of these, by the way. It can be anybody. That is amazing that there's that many in this box. Holy cow. Okay. Ooh, I see something else fancy in here. And Hannah, I think there's one next to you if you need it. Okay. All right. EXP wants a 9th Doctor. Yeah, there's no your 9th Doctor is your favorite. You like Eccleston? I like Peter Capaldi as well. My very first episode that I ever watched of Doctor Who was the transition between these two doctors. And I didn't know anything. Someone said you have to watch Doctor Who in general. That's the one that I just ended up on accident. And I'm sitting there bawling as, Rose gets separated from her dad in another dimension. I'm crying my eyeballs out. I have no idea who I'm crying for.
I can't watch those because I cry cried too much.
Mm-hmm. It was so good. Ah! Oh, that's perfect. I got to see a picture of that. Oh, I have one copy of Dreaming Eagles #1. This is an Aftershock book. It deals with the Tuskegee Airmen, and it's written by Garth Ennis. Highly recommended. Kind of surprised that's in that box. This is an image book by Cullen Bunn. Cold Spots, issue #4. It's on your bucket. It's hard to tell you which one to start with. All right, we got you. This one I can hand. Haha. All right, here you go. This is Lost City Explorers #2 by Zach Kaplan. There's another one of his series that was just announced as being in development, and I talk to him quite regularly. I do. And I can tell you that he lives in LA, and a great many of his properties are being looked at. So what you guys may not know about me is if I know inside information that I cannot tell you. So I'm not saying any words. I can say things are pointy books. So this one is pointy. Hannah's ship. Yay, a ship in the house. All right, here we go. This is BPRD, Heck on Earth, #125, Mike Mignola. BPRD. I love the first Heck Boy. I haven't seen the other ones. Well, no, I saw Heck Boy #2, the second movie. I think you'll like Cold Spots. Anything Cullen Bunn writes, no lie, Tina, if you like horror or just really great writing, if you see Cullen Bunn's name on it, just buy it. Just buy it. Just make it a buy. Miss Jen Point. That's right. Points. I'm going to have to do #pointy books. All right. And this is a ridiculous book and series made by Ryan Brown, who is amazing, and Charles Soule, the same people that brought you Curse Words and a great many other books that are awesome. This is God Hates Astronauts #7. I like how the back has got like a million quotes on it. Ooh, here we go. Zombies versus Robots #4. For some reason, I thought that this was in development or maybe already was made into a movie. I don't know. I remember some buzz about this, but I can't remember what it is. I only have one of those. Okay. This series, no lie, is one of my favorite series of all time. I say that about a great many of them, but this one has a whole big place in my heart. So The Fix is about a pair of corrupt police officers who work for a a corrupt police chief, and they get caught in their corruption by the police chief, who then blackmails them and tells them they have to go to the airport and get these drugs through the airport and through this drug dog. And then ridiculousness ensues. Like every single issue of the book, they fail horribly. Like people die because of their ineptitude at being bad cops. It's a ridiculous show. Sorry, ridiculous book. And it's by Nick Spencer, who writes all my favorite X-Men stuff, Marvel stuff. The Fix #5 and The Fix #10 are in this box. I see the Zombies and Robots. Zombies and Robots go to... Who picked the Zombies and Robots? Oh, cool. And The Fixes. Tina, remind me if you want the rest of that series. I'll see if I have any in the upfront stock. This is written by Cullen Bunn. Punk Mambo #2. This is out of the Valiant universe and part of the Dead Side part of the superhero universe. It's the same place that you get Shadow Man and the rest of those guys. So these are awesome. So I've got 2 copies of #2. So Tina is your middle name, Lynn. Feel like we're from the same generation. It's like my generation, your middle name was either Ann or Lynn, and that was it. That's all you got. Hey, Wayne!
My mom's middle name is Ann, and my dad's middle name is Alan.
Oh, Alan.
Kind of.
Mm-hmm. All right, everyone should get one of these because we know that Shuri is going to be important coming up. So this is Shuri number 4, and I've got quite a few of those. Hashtag pointy books. Yes. Maybe I should just have a show called Pointy Books. Mm-hmm. Yes, a couple more. Okay, what else? What in the world is this cool book? All right. This is hold, please. Ooh, Vault of Spiders from Spider-Geddon. Okay, this is Vault of Spiders, Spider-Geddon number 1. This is B cover. B. Pam Boyd wants a Shuri, and she shall have it. Pam! Pam's calling things from the Speed universe here on YouTube. Thank you for joining us on the EXP. All right, here we go. This is Ben Reilly, the Scarlet Spider, number 9. Number 9. Oh, you were actually named after Tina Louise? That's really cool. Mm-hmm. Vault of Spiders. I have to go back and read Vault of Spiders. I can't remember what the storyline is. Mm-hmm. All right. You should read about this character if you get a chance, because it is such a good character. The Sentry keeps on popping up in the main storyline and books. And this is the Jeff Lemire run. And I can cover most of you guys. This is a number 3. Number 3 for Sentry. Scarlet Spider goes. Miss Tina. Yeah, that one seems like it's easier to cosplay than some of the other ones. Roy gets the Sentry. I gotta close this book. It keeps on catching my microphone. I need to get like an extender for this thing so I can move farther away. Look, this is how you know it's a new box. Magic. Ooh. Well, that one's got a problem, but all right, here you go. Scooby Apocalypse, number 33. Great series that ended not too long after this book. I think this one, I think it maybe ended at 34. This one's also got an Adam Ant adventure. Again, thank you for anyone that's joining. These are all cover price, all coming out of boxes. I have no idea what's in them. These Doctor Who that are in the center of the board are quite expensive if you go and look them up. All right, here we go. Scooby Apocalypse number 32. So this is a much more adult book than the normal Scooby universe, by the way. I mean, it's not horrible. It's just... Ooh, ooh. Here is the other cover for Punk Mambo number 2. Ah ha ha. Roy, do you need this one? There are Century number 1s in there. See? You guys all win. You guys can all win. All right, Scooby for Tina. Oh, and another number 3. What's in the box? Nothing. That one gone. New box. Oh, wow. Okay. This is a really great box so far. See, this happened last time when my comments would get off the bottom of the board. All right. Pam said Century also. Pam, did you want number 1 or number 3 or both? I'm going to pull 1. But if you wanted 3 instead, let me know. And we got Roy's, right? Roy. Oh, number 1. Gotcha. Gotcha, Roy. Oops. And okay, we got you. Okay, so Pam, I owe you number 3. Ta-da. 1 of each. You can still hook up more people. So the box I just opened starts out with some cool image. I know I found some of this Image United the other day, but it had Spawn on the front cover, and it was like a really expensive book. There you go, Pam.
A lot of my friends in this Discord server that I'm in are asking for recommendations from me all the time.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Tell me the things. All right, I haven't looked these up, obviously, because they just came out of this box, so you guys might look them up on your other device if you have one. But these are those butter awesome covers of Image United number 1. This is cover F, if you're looking it up. Cover F. From us, they're just cover price of $4. Now that we've got a full room, if I could ask a favor of everybody, if you have not hit the subscribe button on YouTube, I would really love it if you would for me. It would make me so happy. It means we'll be able to get cool new stuff for you guys. All the bells and whistles.
Yeah.
And also sharing is so appreciated. So appreciated. All right. Damaged number. It says a radical premiere, so that must be a number 1. Damaged. I only have 1 copy of that. Okay, 3, 4, 5. Of course, Roy. It goes for anything else that's up on the board. If everyone's made their calls, you can call as much as you want, including saying all. All right. This is a cool little set. Red Skull Incarnate. There are 3 books in here. A 3, a 4, and a 5. Red Skull is a super awesome baddie. And did I see your claims on Century for 1 of each? I did, Tina. Those are in your pile. Damage. At the top. Okay. So I just have to figure out where I put it. Now you can shout it here. Pam! All right. Ooh. This is nice. Fear Itself. 7.1 by Brubaker and Geis. Fear Itself, Captain America's. Fear Itself. I don't know why Captain America is carrying himself around, but he is. It usually makes me feel like there must be something special in it because there's a whole bunch in this box. I'm like, why would you have so many unless it was a hot thing? All right, there is Tina. Grabbing up Fear Itself.
Also need for Tina Red Skull 3, 4, and 5.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry. Red Skull. What a damaged character that is. All right. I'm going to put one more book up and then it'll be time for an awesome break. I've been watching some cool messages from our friends out in the comic book world. They made some really awesome informational commercials for us, and I'm happy about them because I like us to be informed, and there's no one better to give it to us than the actual publishers themselves. All right, this is Scar, King of the Savage Land, #1. Nice image book. By the way, Tokyo Girl is Hannah. Now you know everyone's handle.
That's the one I use the most anyway.
All right, everybody, we're going to take a little break and hear from some of our sponsors.
What's up?
Sorry, I'm just jamming out to the music. By the way, I love the 2 commercials that we just saw from our friends at Source Point Press. Those guys are super cool dudes. If you ever get a chance to hang out with them at a convention, you should totally go to their booth and talk to them because they are so much fun, and they are really smart people because they have done not only comic books, but they're also into the gaming. So their site has got all of that stuff on it. And I love reading their stuff. They also have another commercial that we might see in next break that's for Monstrous, which is a really cool book series of theirs. Way cool. All right. This is a different series than one we have up there. This is Kazar. Kazar #4 of 5. And this one does have a little bit of ticks on its spine because of the black binding on it. Sorry, I'm going to try not to knock everything over here. Ta-da. More Kazar. I also have 3. So that's 4, 3. Yes. 2. And 1s. Woohoo. That's awesome. Runsville. So there's like 1, 2, 3, and 4 there. I'm taking it down a level because the top level likes to knock over big long runs. Yes, Travis and Josh are really nice guys. And what's fun is if you watch the behind the scenes stuff, them yelling at Nick is to die for. So there's another guy in their office, which is a fun guy. All offices should include yelling, but in the most fun way, right? Not in the mean way. That's how you know they're friends. All right, this is Chaos War, Dead Avengers, 3 of 3. Dead Avengers, 3 of 3. Okay. Oh, Nolan. That's right. Nolan. I don't know why I say Nick. Nolan. And names. By the way, if we ever meet and I call you the wrong name, it's my brain sometimes does not do it right. All right, this is Chaos War Thor. Chaos War number 1. Sorry, Chaos Thor number 1. Tina, I see your Chaos 3. You have to remember where I put it. There it is. Mm-hmm. My favorite thing is when they make comic book series and they kind of tie into their game stuff, like Claim that just came out.
I want to play Claim now.
Mm-hmm. By the way, top secret stuff. We have a special cover of Claim coming out. Don't tell anyone. This is Chaos War Ares. That's a one-shot. One shot for Ares. Chaos Thor I've got. Put those chaos in front of each other here. Thor. Tina, we have to talk sometime about how you're doing like your layout for your built-on room of collectibles. I always love to see how people do it. Tina, you could probably hang out with another friend of ours named Terry, who also likes to go big. Oh, yeah. And Chaos War 5 of 5 main series. It looks like there is just one of those. What else did I need? I'm so sorry. Aries. That is the only problem with me marrying these things. I can not hear you well. Hey, I could do it like the DJs do and just wear one off.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Shh.
That's what I do on
That's probably going to fall off. Hey, if my headgear falls off, you can laugh at me. It's fine. Mm-hmm. Terry from the shows. Chaos War main series. My hair is very 80s hair right now. There you go. Here is Chaos War number 4 main series. There's a couple there. Mm-hmm. You guys should hang out. You guys both have great taste in books. And Chaos War number 1. Number 1 Chaos War. I'm sure Nolan is right now. Like, Miss Jen, you can't remember my name at all. Ugh. Another copy of Aries. Mm-hmm. See? Mm-hmm. Yep. Put those in my lap. There you go. So anyone that's watching with us from around the web on different platforms, wherever you're watching from works just fine. All of it aggregates to my one screen, so don't worry. I will see it no matter where you're commenting from. But you will only see the comments from the people watching the platform with you. So don't freak out if you don't see a whole bunch of things that I'm talking about. It's just because you're on a different platform watching than I am, and that's okay. I see you. I only have 3 copies of this, it looks like. This is Spider-Man Secret Wars #1. Spider-Man Secret Wars #1. There are 3 of them. Holla! Richard S. Put it right there. And Captain America Marvel Spotlight. It says it has Reborn, interviews with Ed Brubaker, Ryan Hitch, Paul Jenkins, Cap's greatest Avengers moments, plus American presidents in comics. Got 3 copies of that. Tina wants a war. Sometimes those are ones where you have first appearances because they talk about things that are upcoming.
I wondered about that.
What? You put him in timeout for fun?
Yeah.
Oh.
Just to try that.
Well, good. No lie, when my boys were little and I just needed, like, I was overwhelmed. And because I didn't want them to think that timeout was a punishment, but more a time for them to like get their mind straight before they got in real big trouble, I would put myself in timeout. They would come up to me and they'd be like, Mom. I'm like, nope, sorry, I'm in timeout. I'll be done in a minute. It saved me from saying a great many ugly things that I did not mean, but I just needed a second to get myself together. Maybe all adults need timeouts. That's what we should do. I've been thinking about running for president on the mom platform and just make everybody do things the way mom would. You know, people from other countries can't get along. The heads of those countries, make them sit in the same room until they can talk to each other. Make them hold hands. They do something wrong, go put them in the corner. Put your nose in the corner until you can get yourself together. People can't spend any money unless it's in their pocket. They got a budget that mama sticks to. I mean, what could go wrong? All right, here. So here's some more Red Skull Incarnate. This is Red Skull Incarnate #1. So I don't think we had that in the last round. And that's right. 2024. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed. That's right. And I do have more 3, 4, and 5. We had 3, 4, and 5 the first time. There's some more of those. And I quite literally sat in the little chair that I use for their timeout chair. I folded myself up into it. I got your #1, Tina. Russell, do you want to have a run or just #1? What would you like? What's your poison? I know you at least want #1. Russell G, welcome. Happy to see you, man. You got a boss pile of books this last week. Run a red. So you're just going to have to hunt down a #2. So don't worry about it. Who knows? It might be in one of these boxes. 1, 3, 4. I've been happy with what's in the boxes so far. Sometimes when I open boxes like this, they're all of one thing. That's not very fun to me. I want a bunch of random stuff. The more random, the better. I love how they made all of these covers so uniform. Same colorway. All right, Russell G's got one of each. Thank you, everyone, for joining us on the experience. If you get a chance, sometime share this page out with your friends and loved ones so that they can join in on all the fun. You have lots of original programming on its way. I know what some of the shows are, of course. You guys are going to have so much fun. Ooh. What is this number? This is a variant book. I think it's just Fear Itself number 1. All right, this is Fear Itself. It says variant edition and has no number on this front cover. And it is a beautiful cover. I was going to see if I could figure out who the artist is on the cover. The bane of my existence is books that do not have the title page on the first page or anywhere near the last page. Here we go. Yep, it is Fear Itself number 1. Those were a good thing. That's right. Don't make her give you mom face. All right, Tina, I got your Fear Itself. This is also a very scary true story. My staff will do anything to not see mom face. I don't know how to make it, by the way. It is a superpower that I have that I cannot replicate if I'm thinking about it.
It is the stuff of nightmares, literally.
Yeah, people have come and said they had nightmares.
Yes, multiple times.
I think of myself as not ever making scary face, but clearly my resting face is maybe sometimes scary face. Oh, it's not? Oh, thank goodness. Yeah, you totally know me. You don't want to game with me, man. Hey, if we were going to play like Candy Crush or Bejeweled, I'd kill you. Fear Itself for Joel.
Or Pokemon.
Maybe.
Your Pokemon team would be
That's right.
super OP.
If you let me play my original Pokemon OP, get my Obama Snow out and my Darkrai level X, you're all dead.
I don't want to see it though.
All right, there is one of these. This is Siege, the Cabal. It is a one-shot, and that is a Finch cover. And again, I will say it to everybody that's joining us. These are all cover price. You can have as many copies as you want. I don't know what's in these boxes. So enjoy yourself. I realize now you cannot see the bottom row in any way. There you go. Much better. All right, this is Ultimate New Ultimates by Jeff Loeb, issue number 4. I can use the bottom row. Oh, this is a pretty cover. All right, this is Astonishing X-Men number 33. My gut tells me that's some kind of special something. Hand it to capture it? I don't know. I don't know how you get me to make it.
I have to be in the moment.
And number 32. All right, Ultimates 4 goes to Tina. Okay. All these 3 things I just pulled out. I got it. I got it. Joel, you just got beat out for that one. But if there's another one in here, I will get it out for you. There's no telling what's in these boxes. Because it's called, What's in the Box? I don't know. By the way, I love saying that. It would only be better if Brad Pitt was saying it. All right. This is Astonishing X-Men Exogenesis number 1. No, it's from it's a movie called Seven. It's about the deadly sins.
And for some reason, Inception was sticking in my brain for it. And I was
Inception is
right.
also way cool.
Yeah.
All right, and the same series, that's number 2. I've got a couple copies of that. So we might be able to make a run here for you. And 3. There's a couple 3s. It's kind of a funny cover. Stop it. Nope. Ooh. There's a couple more of that in there. And number 5. You're going to have to find a number 4 if you want to try to finish this little run. That's the end of the run. It's just a little 5-issue series. And my comments went below. Oh, no. 7 is a great movie. It's pretty, like, heavy.
Yeah.
A little gross. Pretty gross. But then you will understand what's in the box reference.
I was on the internet. People made those memes all the time.
Oh, yeah.
When the movie came out. So.
I have a whole bunch of this Fear Itself number 1. Does anyone want to try to corner the market? I'm going to put those back in the box because I don't need to pull out more of the same book. Fear Itself. All right. Get this in order. All right. So not a run, but it's at least some of the run. This is a cross-gen book called Mystic. There is number 1 on the top there. There are 2 number 2s. And 1 number 3. This is a cross-gen Marvel project. Ooh, okay. This is Origins of Marvel Comics. This is a one-shot, and I have 1 copy. And it has a ridiculous ad on the back. Lando Frost. Instantly win a Marvel Universe super fan vacation. Hey, that would have been kind of nice. Trip to Florida, San Diego. VIP access to exclusive Marvel events. Get to have Iron Man as a boyfriend. Why not? Origin goes to Joel. Gotcha, Joel. Ooh. All right. This is a Breaking Into Comics the Marvel Way. I have 2 number 1s and this gorgeous number 2. I feel like I know that artist, but I cannot remember it. Looks like the one from that does Sky Doll.
Yes. That's exactly
Cover art by Lost Fish. And this cover art is by Mateo De Longis. It's the alarm I use when I'm at a hotel. Breaking Into Comics, Joel gets 1 and 2. I have another number 1 if anyone wants it. The Marvel Way. The whole first page is B. Donny Cates.
And maybe don't be allergic to their comments.
Yeah. Maybe that. Oh! All right. It's still there. Ooh. Yep. I'm definitely going to have to get an extension for this. I'm going to tear it out of the wall. Okay. And part of our Scar set up here, there's a number 1 up on the wall. We also have number 2 and number 4 that appear in this box. Perfect. This is a good way to catch up because all of this stuff came out of a store that closed maybe a year ago. Not even that, like February last year. So some of the stuff, and I'm still getting things from them and their parent store. So the potential for things being in these boxes that they just put in that are even just from the last couple of months is pretty high. We've got another couple pallets coming as soon as they can get their back door repaired. It had someone try to break in their back door, so they can't open the back door to put it in the pallet. Look, it's new comics. All right. We can do this. All right. Oh, cool. All right. We've been kind of in Marvel and Indies, and it looks like now we've got some DC going on. I'll get you some Scar. Hand these off to Hannah Banana. No, I cannot. These are Marvel. Never mind. So I've been working with Hannah for a really, really long time. We've been doing Minute to Skim It together since nearly the very beginning. Credit where credit is due, though. The name Minute to Skim It was actually created by a friend of mine, Vivian McEwen's son, Ethan, who used to come and do it with us. We were like, what do we call this thing? We're going to read books really quickly and then review them. And it's like, how about just a minute to skim it? What's on the palette show? That would take a long time. Those palettes are huge. All right. This is a nice glossy cover. Justice League number 23, written by Jeff Johns, and part of the Trinity War storyline. It looks like there's just one in there. All right. Justice League Dark, number 21. There's Dead Man on the cover. Someone called Justice Tina. Tina's defected. She's defected to the Facebook feed. That's so funny. Bye. All right. Ooh, I was thinking only one of you guys could get one of these, but it looks like there is a chance for many of you. All right. This is Harley Quinn, the Road Trip Special. This is a thicker book. It's a $5.99 cover price. You know, you can be watching it in YouTube and then just have your extra device on Facebook so you can see the other stuff. Because the advantage is the YouTube speed. Road trip. All right. There's Tina's. Right. Oh, everyone's giving hugs. Love it. Thank you. All right. This is Harley Quinn from the New 52 storyline, number 14. I've got 4 copies of that. This box is giving it up good. And this is Harley Quinn number 16, same New 52. Got you, Tina? Your thumb when it's tapping. Rapping. All right, that's Tina's copy. Tina's copy. All right, I'll get one more out on the board here. All right, this is Injustice, Gods Among Us, Number 4. These do have a little bit of spine stress just from being in the box. Does anyone play that game? What's a Spidey? Spidey between Cap and Siege. That is Breaking Into Comics the Marvel Way, number 1. All right, everybody, we're going to take a second and watch some awesome commercials. Get on your headphones because the music's usually rocking in them.
Frankenstein created a monster. He lost control. Now, the era of monsters has begun. With a robot army at his command, Dr. Frankenstein battles vampires, zombies, werewolves, and monsters. No one is safe. Everything is monstrous.
Welcome back to What's in the Box on the Experience. Do me a favor, if you're watching us across any of the platforms, hit that like button, hit the share button. That's the way we'll get more people to come and join us and have fun. And always subscribe to the YouTube. That is our parent site, and that is where we find out if you guys are interacting with us. We love it, love it, love it. And those awesome books from SourcePoint Press, you can find by, you can plug it in. Yeah. You can find by going to comicshoplocator.com and finding a local comic shop near you. All right. And Blair and Russell G, I did get your books during the break. If you're just joining us, everything is cover price. It's all coming out of boxes that have never been opened before. I don't know what's in them. It could be anything. We've already had some expensive books come out, and some good deals have been made. Take this opportunity also to fill in your collection. Justice League number 27. Don't know if we had a 27 before, but here's the 27. Just one. Green Lantern fans. This is the run that Robert Venditti did. This is Green Lantern number 33. That is New 52. New 52. Oh, I want to put it there. That Captain America is a Marvel Spotlight. It's a Marvel Spotlight. Okay, let's see. Green Lantern. And wherever I put down my Justice League, there it is. Hannah's got those for us. Russell G, just let me know if you would like to have that, and I will pull it for you. Ah! Don't whack your elbow, it hurts. It's been a while since I've hit my funny bone. All right. This is Injustice Gods Among Us Year 2. And this is number 12, Fall of the Gods. All right, Russell G, gotcha. Oh, looks like there's a couple more there in case anyone needs it. Ah, there's another one of that same book. All right, this is Justice League Dark, number 25, Rage of the Swamp Thing. I haven't heard any more. They announced the Justice League Dark was going to be in development, but I haven't heard any new information. Super excited about it, though. Hope they have Zatanna in it because she's way cool. Put these in order. It looks like a little run here. Anyone else like Aquaman? All right. Tina is everywhere. She's in all the spots. Just when you think you got her nailed down, she goes to the new spot. You're not the boss of her. All right. This is Aquaman from the New 52 line. That is number 19. There is a 23. There's just one of each of these, by the way. 25. Woo. 26. And 27. All right. Tina. She needs the Aquamans. All right. I have Superman Action Comics. This is the New 52 annual number 1. You're a Lynn, but with an E. Pretty. Also high among middle names of my Gen friends was Rose.
I like that name.
Mm-hmm.
My very first D&D character.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I do remember that. Batman number 46. This is a Snyder Capullo run. There is just one of those, at least so far. Batman. This is Batman Detective Comics number 17. Just one of those. They're going to have so much fun with the algorithm from today. As everyone's popping up random places. It's so awesome. Keeps it humming. All right. The Batman 46 goes to Tina and 17. Detective. Go. All right, these are not the lenticular ones. No. This was Batman number 23.3, which has the penguin on the cover. That's just the regular old matte cover. Same story inside. New 52. So excited because I picked up an original piece of art tonight from Nick Brucci's show. I got a piece of Thunderbolts art, which I'm so thrilled about. I miss getting to go shop for original art at conventions. This is the next best thing. Convention running all the time. All right, this is Batman number 25. It's 0 year. Somehow this feels like it must be something fancy, right? All right, the 23.3 goes to Pam. And here is Batman number 29. That's part of the 0 year storyline. Story variants would be fun, right? Where you didn't know, if it had a different cover, which ending you were going to get, kind of like the Clue movie. I watched Clue recently again.
What was the one that you and I both read? The different versions of it was
Yeah, it was a.
it
It's like a
versus, Trump.
yeah, it was like one of those. It wasn't like the real Obama or real Trump, but it was like a goofy one. Yeah.
It wasn't the Black Panther.
Yeah.
And then the Trump character was like the whole. It was like the orange.
Yeah, it was like a spoofy book,
Yeah.
but they had two different endings in them.
Right.
All right, this one is another 29, but this one is a reader beater. So if anyone wants the reader beater for free, let me know and I will throw it in for free. Batman 29 reader beater, totally free. All right, this is Action Comics number 13. That is New 52, Return of the Phantom King. Ooh, here is Aquaman 32, kind of like a bombshell variant. Joel Eden's going to take the reader. It's also Aquaman 33 in here. And Aquaman 18. I can't remember what other Aquaman numbers we had, so might have to go check the feed again. This is a great issue and storyline. This is part of Tom King's run of Batman. That's number 13, which is the I Am Suicide part where it's really Bane-centric. Okay, got your Aquaman. Tina, got yours? And also a bombshelly type cover, Justice League Dark number 32. Zatanna. And Batman 13. Ta-da. Okay. Some more cool Green Lantern, Beware Our Power. That is number 21. That is still New 52. Bombshell Dark gets called by Tina. Russell G looked up the black cover. Excellently done. There you go, Russell G. And GL21 gets called by Tina. Before this day is over, I'm going to lose part of my body, I'm sure. All right, this is a Justice League Dark number 26, high gloss cover. And 25. That Swamp Thing, we've had that before up. So, Tina, you already have that one for sure, I know. And Aquaman number 11. GLD 26 for Tina. You know, Hannah's like, I got it. I don't know. Now I got to do like kind of a rhythm. This is Action Comics number 14, New 52. Put that with that one. All right, these copies have little ticks on them. This is Batman and Robin number 18, part of the Requiem storyline. See your Aquaman call. Hey, Tony's in the house. Woo! It's a party now. How's your day? Justice League Dark, number 21, we've already had. This was that same kind of ooh la la cover. So if someone else wanted it and didn't get the other one, there you go. All right, this is a variant Bombshells cover. It does have spine ticks. Batman number 43. Batman 43. Thanks everybody for joining. If you have not already subscribed to the channel, please do. You will make my day. Make my day. Make my day. Aquaman number 30. There was Swamp Thing on this cover of Justice League Dark number 25, Tanya. I'm going to pull it for you in case you need it. I'll put it right there. Batman 43 gets called by Tina. Okay, I got your Justice League Dark, Tanya. And then Aquaman 30. Goes to Tina. This gives you a chance to like find piles. Yeah. All right, Superman number 32. Got any Superman fans tonight? Looks like Soup's all alone over here by himself. And Superman number 35. Nice cover. Oh, there's another Penguin. We already had this one up, but someone might need it still. Another one of those. Oh, sorry. It's all right. I didn't mean to miss it. Aquaman number 8. Aquaman number 22. Action Comics number 11 from New 52. And 12. And 15. Try to put those together. Russell G likes Superman. Russell G. Okay, Tina. Aquaman. Did I get everybody? I hope. Let me know if I missed it. Aquaman 17. And Justice League Dark number 26. We have had this up before. This is a duplicate. Aquaman Annual number 2 with Wonder Woman. Okay, Joel Eden says Superman 32. That's Joel. Aquaman. Tina. Tina's making out like a bandit today. This is pretty. Batman Annual number 4. Isn't that a cool cover? Already handed that to you. 35, Russell G. Yep. I'm watching all the fast feeds too. Okay. Did I get everything that was up there? Annual and 17. Yep. And Batman Annual. There you go. That's for Tina. All right. I'm pretty sure I have this on the board already, but that's Action Comics number 11. Action number 18. Action number 12. Action number 2 from the New 52. Action 17. And Action 0. All right, this is Secret Empire number 3. This is the Odin Son action figure cover. Let's see, that's in a while. Secret Empire, some of my favorite stuff. We've already had that up. There's another copy of Batman number 46 if anyone wants it. Oh, here you go. Cannot recommend you get this more highly. These are 2 poly-bagged midnight premieres of Civil War 2, number 3. This is the one where Hawkeye shoots Bruce Banner in the eyeball with an arrow. Spoiler alert. That is what I call a minor key. Okay. Secret for Pam. Then Dawn gets an Action Zero. By the way, if you are just hopping in to the show and you have not purchased from us before, there is a cool little thing that'll pop up down here in a second that'll tell you where to register. And if all else fails, yeah, there you go, spacecadetscollection.com/regcbse. Super simple. It'll help me find you. Conversely, if you are a Facebook person and you can find Jen King that looks like me, you can totally send me a DM, and that works just as good for me. And Civil War 2, one of those goes to Russell G. And, oh wait, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen. Pam got that first, and then Tina. Russell, I will pull one from stock. Will you write it down for me? I'll find one for you from our stock. I'll give you one of mine. All right, this is Civil War 2, number 2 variant. This would have come out of a poly bag, but this is an open one. You need what?
My Marvel books. I gotta bring them.
All right. This is Secret Empire number 1 variant. Really pretty variant. You're on the YouTubes. Welcome, Brian Hatch. All right, Pam. I'm going to pull this one for you because I'm pretty sure that's the one that was showing when you called. If it is wrong, let me know. What one? Good catch. All right, this is Civil War. Sorry, again. Secret Empire number 0. Secret Empire number 0 variant. You guys, to your credit, are calling them exactly what I call them, which is the wrong thing. They totally call them Civil War because that's what I'm calling them. Like a dope. Ooh, Secret Empire number 10. This is the super cool action figure variant that you have to open up. That is Secret Empire 10. Pam says 0. And Secret Empire number 9 variant. Really good Kingpin cover. Sorry, Russell G. Pam just got you on that one. Never fear, there's a bunch more Secret Empire in here. Whew. How flash. All right, number 9. Here comes Tina. All right, I got enough for 3 of you guys. Secret Empire number 7. This is the Black Widow. Black Widow. Surprised no one's calling that 10. I don't know anybody at all. All right. Secret Empire number 2. That's the Doc Strange action figure variant. By the way, Hail Hydra. All right. This is Secret Empire number 3, variant edition. Variant. Secret Empire 4, Punisher figure variant. Tina says with Doctor Strange. That is yours, Tina? Whoa. All right. This is Empire number 5, Storm action figure. Here's some cool Generations. This is Generations, the Americas, which is Sam Wilson, Captain America. Secret Punisher. Punisher. Oh, Pam said 3 first. 3. Okay. All right, Pam, I got you 3. Punisher is Tina. Dawn got this pretty storm cover. And Generations Sam goes to Pam. Try to be a quick draw. Like watching Jesse James' show with his 6-shooter. Oh, sorry. I'm getting hot. All right. This is the Generations, the Iron. This is the Kirby variant. I've got 2 of those. Ooh, nice. This is Civil War II, blank. Blank. Civil War II, San Diego, PX. As a 0, PX, Civil War. And a Civil War I variant. Okay. Iron, it's called. Pam. I wonder if I'm going to be sore tomorrow because I totally walked up and down ladders today with big old heavy boxes. I was rearranging stuff. Iron. Russell G. Russell G wins. I haven't really gone to work out at all, so who knows? Oh, this is cool. Probably worth a lot of money since they just announced all the stuff with the Totally Awesome Hulk. This is Amadeus Cho, Genius at Work. They are a $7.99 cover price book, but given the new interest in that character, probably well worth it. Another book that you guys are going to win on. Yeehaw, Cho. Okay. I see Joel and Tina. They are super thick books, by the way. They should give you lots of good information. So anyone else that doesn't know Amadeus Cho? Cho is a young man who got the same powers as the Hulk. He is a super genius, He likes to create things, but he has a sister who's also super smart, and that's his person in the chair. And he, instead of like having anger as being like his like uncontrolled everything, he's just a teenager. So it's more like he wants to flirt with girls, and he has more control over his conversion and doesn't get consumed by rage. So to me, it's a little more dangerous. What is 5 plus 3 mean? Oh, that's Kyle, me not telling him I'll have anything that's $8 because I didn't know there would be $8 things in the box, because what's in the box? That's his fast fingers. You're going to have to do it again. You ready? Kyle, this one's going to be $8 too. Blade, Undead by Daylight. There are 2 copies of this. Another super thick book. $8 price point. They just got through putting out a cool Heroes Reborn trailer on Marvel.com, I think. And it has Blade as its center character. So Blade will be re-important. All right, Tina and Dawn. Tina and Dawn, grab them up. We got it. All right, everybody. I'm super excited for my next commercial break because I love all the commercials that are up there. I'm going to see what's on there next. We got some cool things coming up. Let's see what they are.
To be continued. 3 little words that hold the secret to the next great story. 3 words that will thrill you, confound you, give life to new possibilities. Every variation of To Be Continued is a promise of adventure, a promise of excitement, a promise of unseen wonders and unexplored worlds. A promise that every issue you read makes you a part of a never-ending journey. And behind every page, there will be an unopened door waiting for you. This story to be continued at your local comic book shop today. Visit comicshoplocator.com today.
When Dr. Frankenstein created a monster, he lost control. Now, the era of monsters has begun. With a robot army at his command, Dr. Frankenstein battles vampires, zombies, werewolves, and monsters. No one is safe. Everything is monstrous.
Hi, everybody. I'm Miss Jen, and Hannah's on the other side of the camera helping us. Welcome back to The Experience. Please make sure you subscribe, hit the button, like, and share. We appreciate it very much. By the way, I'm going to give you some secret information. You might know already, and you might be like, Miss Jen, we already know that. So if you watch the show before mine with Nick Barucci showing you original art, if you pay close attention when you're watching The Boys on the TV, if you look at the producers on that show, you will see Nick Barucci. Wrap your mind around that. He's not just a guy with some comics. He's a super cool dude. All right. Anyway, I get super tickled whenever I see it. All right, here you go. This is Captain America Road to War Variant Edition. This is a $5 cover price. $5, $5. You guys remember those commercials from back in the day when it used to be, I think it used to be pizza, used to be $4, $4. And then you get some breadsticks. You can't do it again. I subscribed as hard as I could. Da, da, da. Thank you, Tom. Now make your friends do it. Tom, how are you doing, man? Like everything you read when Tom types it, you have to read in your head as a really deep voice because his voice is super deep. Tom Hutchison is Big Dog Inc. Puts out some amazing comic books. You should try them out. Secret Empire Brave New World, #1. Brave New World. It's part of the tie-ins to the Secret Empire storyline. It's all groovy. Hey, man, when you're going back through the country, back home, whenever that is, 6 months from now, from whenever, when you go to your hibernation location, you should stop by. We'll make a big deal out of it and feed you good foods. And a #2. Unless the places we picked stunk for food, and then I'm not going to be able to tempt you with food if you didn't like where it took you. I have one of these. Secret Empire, #1. Scotty. Mi casa es su casa. All right, Secret Empire Brave New World #1 variant. Yay! Pam is a very big collector of Scotty covers, so I'm glad that she got it. I have no favorites, but she's my favorite Scotty collector. All right. This is Avengers Operation Hydra #1. We're back to the $4 books. $4. Operation Hydra. I feel like I'm not putting anything farther over there, but I'm afraid I'm going to rip my head off. I'm super excited about the next segment that we're going to do because Scott Hanna interview is going to be on. If you don't know anything about Scott Hanna, is the most prolific inker out there. Probably if you like the inks on something and you might not have ever noticed who the inker is. If you look back at the book, it's probably him. Secret Empire variant. Mm-hmm. It's true. It's the way Hannah spells her name too. Yep. Really tuning into any of the interviews that we cast here on The Experience is a really great way to kind of be an insider without having to, do a whole bunch of research. You just sit and take it all in. And this one is the variant cover of Avengers Operation Hydra. There's some cool stuff in here, just like 2 at a time. I know. Oh my gosh, Amy Chu. Love her so much. Captain America Homecoming #1. The Hydra variants. Gotcha. Captain America Homecoming, that one. Tina, gotcha. Kyle's going to put up some extra information. Oh, yeah. You probably definitely have seen him do that. And everyone loves John Romita Jr. A Year of Marvels, The Amazing #1. Year of Marvels, The Amazing #1. There you go. Agent Carter #1. That's the variant for that one. You get to do your talk in 20 minutes. The countdown is on. Super excited. So when I'm done with my show, don't like skedaddle. Stay tuned because we brought you really cool programming with cool people in it. And Kyle's super jazzed about it. This is Shield. Oh, no, sorry. It's called the Calvary Shield 50th Anniversary #1 with May on the front cover. It's the May action figure cover. Here's some more of that Brave New World. We have #1 and #2 on the wall. Here is #4. #4. Misty Knight on the cover. Everyone say hi. This is stinking cute. All right, this is Inhumans versus X-Men #0. Inhumans versus X-Men #0. There is Lockjaw on the cover. Trying to bite. I can't remember that guy's name. But Lockjaw is awesome. He's part of the Inhumans, and he's a giant dog that can teleport you anywhere. Okay. You know what my dad would say at this point? Hey, Kyle, remember you should get the creator of Misty Knight on the show. Because he's a poop. Inhumans 0. I got you, Don. You guys give us ideas for who you'd like to see on the shows. We're happy to go hunt them down for you guys. And okay, which Hannah would like Donnie Cates. We'll work on it. And Megan, we of course. That is like a package deal that we must have. Must have. And that is the 0. This is another 0 variant. This one is the Ron Lim variant. That'll be helpful. Mike Carlin. Nice call. I, of course, want to get Mike Royer. He is the longtime inker of The King, Kirby. His better half, Ryan Stegman. Ha ha ha. Yes. And this is Inhumans versus X-Men #1 variant. Yeah, I'm jazzed for the Ryan Stegman interview. They can't let me do any of these interviews because I'd be a little girl. Be worthless. Worthless. All right. Inhumans versus X-Men #1. Just regular old. Regular one. And Chris Daniels. Oh, no. Inhumans #1 goes to Dawn. Dawn, are you also a fan of the Inhumans and struggled through the TV show just because you still love the Inhumans, even though the TV show was not great? I love the actors they cast, but man, you shear the hair off of Medusa in the first episode. Come on now. Okay, it's been a long time.
I was kidding.
All right, Fury number one. Fury number one. There's a couple in here.
Oh, yeah.
You used to struggle through TV. Yeah. Who's your favorite character, Don? I like the damaged ones, so you could probably tell which one's my favorite. Avengers, no more bullying. No more. And I also have the variant of that. The variant of that same book. No. Oh. Silly me. Anyone you can cosplay? Well, that would probably be just about anybody. Ooh, we went Grant Morrison. Excellent. That would be an interesting interview. Secret Empire, Brave New World. I think we have these up here somewhere. They're behind that one, I think. More Ron Lim covers. And this is Inhumans versus X-Men number 0. This is just straight up 0. So I find myself very much drawn to Black Bolt just because I also love Jonathan Starsmore from the Gen X guys. Just because, I mean, the dude's got the bottom half of his face blown off because of power. And so he can't find a girlfriend or have a girlfriend. That just breaks my heart. And Black Bolt can't talk to anybody. So that makes me sad. Oh, I'm so excited. Our good friend Cheryl that did our cosplay panel segment during the EXP Expo is going to have a regular show about cosplay, and she's going to show us how to make things. It's going to be so cool. So every Friday, 6 Eastern, tune in. Ooh, James O'Barr would be good too. All right, this is Inhumans versus X-Men, issue number 6. This is the variant. Looks kind of like a movie poster. I didn't know if I was allowed to say anything yet about the new show, so I'm happy you said something. Thank you, Kyle. All right, we got one more box. Let's see how far we can get. I bet you we can get there. All right, Inhuman 6. Gotcha, John. Crack that Rolodex. It's funny, is I have to learn Cheryl's new last name because I knew her maiden name for a long time. So I have to learn the new one. All right, this is from the Rebirth storyline. Rebirth Action Comics number 981. 983, 984, 98. No, sorry, that's 968, 967, 966. That's the action. We just aged ourselves. All the old people are like, we know what a Rolodex is. Young kids are like, what? Qu'est-ce que c'est? Sorry, I occasionally speak French. I don't know I'm doing it. ignore it. All right, this is Super Sons number 7. You gonna troll ship for a while? Number 7, the main cover. Sorry, this one's the variant. Main. This is 9B. $13A. $14B. Super Sons is such a good storyline. All right, here we go. We have Superwoman. That is number 16. And number 3. These are all Rebirth. New Superman and the Justice League of China. This one went for a pretty long time, and then I think they kind of wandered away from it. This is number 22. It was actually a good book, but I don't know if it got its readership that they needed. And Superwoman number 4, Hunting of Lana Lang. And here's some more new Superman. That's number 5, Conquered by Starro. There's the variant for number 5. There's number 12, 14, 13, 15. Might be close to a middle run here. 16. 4. That's the B cover. Action Comics 980, 979, 977, 985. Oh, this is cool. Where's my action gun? Action. All right, this is Super Sons and Dynamite. Super Sons and Dynamite, that is the B cover. Got 2 of those. Those were a lot of fun, those crossover books. Action Comics 965. And here's the A cover for the Super Sons Dynamite. Action Comics 973, 970. More Super Sons. Number 8. Number 10. 15B. Thank you. I am sorry, my hair is totally in the way. But I am a huge Aliens fan. LV-426 is the planet where they found them first. Sometimes people say that it's where they're from, but that's not true. You're not indigenous to that planet. Did IQs drop dramatically while I was gone? Sorry, it's direct quote. Superwoman number 5. And 4. And 2. 11. 14. 13. 12. Superwoman stuff. This is one just stuck in the middle. Witchblade, number 12. It's just one Witchblade stuck in the middle. I don't think so, unless they've done it in a movie that I wasn't paying attention. I'm sure they need to do an origin story. I would like that. New Superman 4. Unless they're trying to say that Prometheus was an origin story, in which I reject that outright. All right, here we go. We got some Teen Titans action. Teen Titans 25. That is the Crush issue. Try it, punks. Do you remember where? Ooh. Here you go. Everyone should grab this up. This, I believe, can't pick up just the ones I want. This is Teen Titans number 20, which I think is the first appearance of Crush. Could be wrong about that. It might be the one before, but this is definitely a big Crush issue. And there's the B cover. B cover. Russell G calls the Witchblade. Gotcha, Russell. I agree too. I kind of feel like they not from any one place. Kind of like the idea of them just like being spored all over. That's the same one we had before. I think that's number 4. Here's a gorgeous B cover of Teen Titans 22. And pretty foil covers of 23. Teen Titans 24. Titans number 23. Titans 12. This is just straight up Titans. Titans 26. Then back to some teens here. Teen 13. And 11. 18. It ain't easy being green. 14. Fast and the Furious, it says. They're all the same. Oh. So close to time. I can do this, and I can sit and watch the interview. All right, this is Trinity number 17. That is the B cover. There's the A cover. Justice League number 10 foily cover. Justice League 12B. Justice League 2B. This is Trinity Annual number 1. Okay. This is Justice League number 1. That is the Jim Lee cover. Okay. Got a box today. My mail. Yeah. I'm sure it was really heavy. JLA 2B. JL 2B went first to Tina. With my man, Martian Manhunter on it. Justice Jim Lee. I knew I wasn't going to get away with keeping any of these. Look away. You don't want these. They're no good to you. Russell G gets one. I have like 6 more. Keep going. Russell G, I got you. Dawn, I got you. No, but seriously, everyone should get one. But seriously. We'll put them over here while everyone figures that out. It's all right. That's more of that Teen Titans. All right. Oh, we have totally run out of time. That's okay. If you guys have anything from the stuff I just called that you're really interested in, please just set it in the comments. I'm going to see you guys in a couple of minutes. We're going to head on over and watch that awesome Scott Hanna interview. Oh, I can do 5 minutes? Yes. I'm going to do 5 more minutes because Kyle says I can. Woohoo. Teen Titans 24B. Number 11. Number 10. 13. 14. 15. Super Sons of Tomorrow. 17. 19. Number 1 special. More of the 15. There's a bunch of Teen Titans there. Holy cow. All right. Someone else called the good stuffs. Joel's going to grab up a Jim Lee. Congrats. Hannah's going to grab up Jim Lee. We haven't had one of these in the store in ever. I cannot, maybe the opening day whenever these came out. Trinity, number 18. Yep. That is a B cover. That is the A cover. Got number 19. 20. 21. You sure can. Anyone else? There's 2 more after Pam's call. There you go. Here is Justice League. Number 1, that is the colored Snyder. That is the colored Justice League. Okay, Val gets one and Joel gets the last. And then if anyone wants Jim Lee colored versions, I just pulled those out. So call on that. That is Val. This is Joel. How's your day been, Val? Glad to see you. There's a boss interview coming up in 2 minutes. There's the 3 colored versions we have of JL1. I have some awesome Justice League foils. I've had those out. Where my Justice League pile is, probably over there. Here you go. Wonder Woman, number 40. Wonder Woman. There's that variant for Justice League 12 again. Okay. Color for Pam Boyd. And I see your call, Joel. There's 1 more color, Jim Lee. And Val gets the last of that. I think I just have like 2 more books in the box and we'll be through it. Hannah? Trinity 22. Trinity 9, Trinity 11. And there's a bunch of Trinity in this box. Trinity 13, Trinity 14, and Trinity 15. We made it through it. You guys want proof? There's nothing in the box. Done. 10 seconds to spare. All right, everybody, don't leave. There's a really awesome interview coming up that Kyle has worked on very much hard, and he would like you to come and join him to talk to enjoy talking to Scott Hanna, who is a famous inker who inked over John Romita Jr. and on all your favorite ASMs. Go learn some cool stuff here in a couple minutes. Thanks for joining me on the experience. Share with your friends if you can. And I'll see you guys next week right here. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody, to Saturday of EXP Expo. I am joined now by yet another comic book industry legend. Another wonderful, wonderful artist, Scott Hanna. Scott, welcome to the show, man.
Hello, how you guys doing?
Very well, very well. I have to start out by sending my regards from Bob Layton.
Cool.
Inker to inker. You know, it was he and I were talking about it earlier, and so I want to start off with the question I asked him, and I want to ask you too. You're a tremendous artist in your own right, as a penciler, but you're known primarily as an inker.
Absolutely, yeah.
How are the two processes different? And how do you approach it when you get someone else's pencils and approach the process of inking?
Well, it's actually funny. I just had I recently posted an image. I did a sketch cover of the Rhino that I penciled and inked, and one of my fans said, "Wow, this looks amazingly like Mark Bagley." And I've worked with Mark Bagley for decades, literally. So it makes sense that there would be some influence of actually the three pencilers I've worked with the longest are probably John Romita Jr., Mark Bagley, and Tom Rainey, or Ronnie, actually. And all of them have influenced my style to some degree. But when I ink somebody, there are two different philosophies to inking in general. First philosophy is what I call like the Klaus Janson style of basically just ignore the penciler and do your thing, right? So if you look at Kevin Nolan, he inks the same way. Everything Kevin Nolan does looks like Kevin Nolan, despite what penciler he works with. If you're looking at Sienkiewicz, Sienkiewicz inks everything his way. Whereas my philosophy as an inker is that I try to adapt my style to the style of the penciler. So when I work with somebody like John Romita Jr., I don't want it to look the same as when I ink Mark Bagley or Tom Rainey. I ink them all differently and try to get into, essentially I try to get into the mindset of the team member I'm working with. And I try to sublimate my own style to a degree to adapt it to their style. To be a good inker, though, still uses a lot of drawing skill and mechanical skill. I have to know lighting and texture and anatomy. All those things are actually one of the most important things in my mind for an inker is to fix stuff that's wrong. So if an eye is crooked, you have to be able to adjust that. Like Mark Bagley told me for years that he had a tendency to do crooked eyes. It's like, Scott, anytime you see me doing a crooked eye, fix it. Fix the alignment so it doesn't look crooked anymore. So that was a standard thing that I would do. I would also, I'm really good with anatomy. So if somebody drew a shoulder wrong, I would fix the anatomy, but keep it in the style of the penciler so it doesn't look like I fixed it, right? You don't want it to be a Scott Hanna shoulder on a Mark Bagley figure, because not that Mark ever does shoulders wrong, but it just wouldn't fit if I'm not matching styles correctly. So one of my philosophies is I call myself basically a master forger, that I can forge anybody else's style when I wish to. When I'm doing it on my own, or one of my most fun things to do when I work in comics is a lot of times you'll see a credit that says finisher. And most people have no idea what finishing means. They think, oh, that's just another name for inker. Technically, it's not. What a finisher implies, and a lot of the top inkers in the industry are superb finishers, because what a finisher gets is a rough pencil drawing. Basically, it's unfinished. It usually doesn't have all the details, may not have the shadows, may not have any textures, but the basic forms will be there. So the outlines, the storytelling is there, but the finished pencils aren't done. It's rough pencils. So the finisher has to go in and finish the pencils, that's why it's called finisher, and then ink it. So when I do that, I try to, I'm allowed in my brain to make it a little bit more of Scott Hanna's personality. But it's tricky because sometimes when I'm doing finishes, half an issue was done straight inking, and the other half I'm getting rough pencils. And in that case, I'm like, I don't want this to look like two different artists. So again, I try to match the style of the penciler's finished pencils, even when I get their rough pencils, which is really tricky to do. One time I was working on Batman and Robin, and the penciler had been giving me finished pencils, but he also was giving me, I think, rough layouts of his storyboards, basically, and then he would send me the finished pencils. But he got really deathly sick. He had to go into the hospital. And they're like, Scott, we need you to finish the book, and we don't have any pencils at all. So I'm like, okay, well, I could copy his style, except unfortunately at the time I had the flu too, and I was sick. So I'm like, okay, wait, could you get me somebody to give me at least thumbnails to speed it up a little bit, and then I'll do the pencils matching the style of the penciler and ink it the way I had been inking the rest of the book. So we did that. We actually got a totally third artist to do rough storyboards, really rough, what I call thumbnails, where basically it was a circle here, a circle there, and this is a label saying this one's Batman, this one's Robin, right? That's what I was getting from my penciler at that thing. But I had to change those thumbnails into the style of the pencil artist I've been working with, and then ink the whole thing. And I ended up doing, I think, half of the issue was my pencils, half of the issue was my inks over the finished pencils of the original artist. And most people could not tell the difference between the two sections because I matched the styles so closely. And even the storytelling, when I needed to, I would change the framing or whatever to match it closer to the original penciler. So when I'm inking, I try to get into the mindset of the team member I'm working with. When I'm doing my own penciling or my own art, I just go crazy and do my own thing. So like an example is, this is actually just me having fun. Sorry, it's got a bit of reflections on it. But this is a dragon piece that I just did stylistically to showcase what, the details. I love doing wings, so I do feathers. I love doing textures, so the beams, the scales, all that stuff is showing off my textures. It doesn't look like any of the artists I work with. It looks like my own thing. When I do, this is another piece I have. This is also my pencils and inks. And again, I'm doing my own thing. I'm not trying to make it look like anybody else. I'm doing my own version. But because I've had such a long career as an inker, my style can change at will. So I can do everything from very cartoony to very realistic. I've done like true portraits of people, and I've done total anime style cartoons of people. You know, it doesn't, one of the things, working with other people, you learn that style is just a surface thing on top of drawing ability. So if you're a good artist, you develop your own style. But if you're a really good artist, style becomes almost arbitrary. It's kind of like a fun adventure to get into a different style. And that's one of the things I love about inking, is that I can put on different hats of, hey, today I'm doing my cartoony style. Oh, today I'm doing my like really moody style. Today I'm doing my really rough and gritty style. And I fit it to the story. So I always like reading the script so I know what's going on. Also, the script gives me inflection. So if I know that what a character is thinking when they're doing expression, and I match that to what the penciler gives me, if the expression is a little bit off or if it's not reading properly, I might make just tiny, subtle little changes to adapt it to the story. One story, I tell this all the time. Again, I worked with Mark Bagley for years. I love working with him. Super talented artist. Obviously, he deserves to be one of the top A-caliber artists in comics. Also, he's incredibly prolific. I don't know how he can be as prolific and as good as he is. But one time when we were working on Ultimate Spider-Man together, I was getting finished type pencils from him, and there was one particular scene where I think Mary Jane was having a confrontation with Flash Thompson, and Flash Thompson in previous panels had been essentially ragging on Gwen Stacy, who had died. All right, Gwen Stacy had died in the Ultimate books, and he was picking on her. And Mary Jane was like, "Why are you always picking on the dead girl?" And then she gets this kind of aha moment and says, "Wait a second. You actually really liked her, and you're kind of hiding the fact that you liked her," right? That was what was in the script. And when I got the pencils from Mark, the pencils had her basically with like a smile saying, "I got you," right? But in the script, Bendis specifically says she wasn't quite sure, right? She thought she had an aha, but she wasn't sure if he was right or not. So the only difference I made was, instead of doing a straight smile with both lips or both sides of the mouth upturned, I did one side a little bit straighter and only had the upturn on one side of the smile. So it was basically a half smile saying, it's like, I think I got you, but I'm not sure. So it was just a tiny little line change, right? No big deal, really minor, but it tied into the story that we were given. And a lot of times, if I'm doing a major change, I'll discuss it with the penciler before I make the change. But in this case, I had worked with Mark for so long, I just made the change and ignored it. And then a month later, Mark's like reading the book. It's like, he calls me up and says, "Scott, you changed my face." And I'm like, what did I do? What did I do? Like, did I do something horribly wrong? And I thought he was going to yell at me for something I did, which he didn't. He's like, "I love it. You did this little smile thing is just perfect. You nailed it." And that's one of the joys of working as a partnership with another artist, is that you both get to build off of each other. It's not just a solo thing of, every screw up is mine or every benefit is mine. It's a team effort. It's a collaboration where we work together to come up with that end product. And the same thing applies when we work with a colorist. I've had some colorists that destroy my work. I've had some colorists that really benefit and bring my work to a level it had never seen before. So you get to work with the right team member, and everybody's lifting the project up, and the goal is to make it better and better and better whenever you can.
Yeah, collaboration is such a big thing in the comic book industry, especially. I mean, in every industry, but in the comic book industry especially. Absolutely. And so that was going to be my next question is, your process compared to other people's, is would you describe it more as a collaborative effort? Do you go back to the penciler when you have questions or need to make a change, or do you just make the change and see if they notice? What does that look like?
Well, I think in my early days, I discussed stuff a lot more with my pencilers when I started out. But weirdly enough, when I started working with John Romita Jr., who again, I worked with him for the past 25 years or so. When I started working with John was one of the first pencilers that I worked with that was really old school. Like, he learned from his father. He learned from the Stan Lee school of thing of that. Basically, in the old days of comics, the pencilers would do rough pencils, just do their part and let it go, right? And the finisher, the inker, the embellisher would kind of take that and run with it and do whatever they wanted to or what the editor told them to do. The penciler kind of just began the process, let it go, and it went from there. After that, by the time I started working in comics, a lot of the younger artists were like, no, I'm going to do really tight, specific pencils and don't change anything, right? And I'm like, okay, what's my skill? I'm not bringing my skill into the process if I'm not being allowed to make an effect, right? So sure. we don't want to be tracers. We want to benefit the process. There's a reason why you hire Scott Hanna as opposed to somebody else, because Scott Hanna should make it look better. That's the point. All the good inkers should do that. So when I started working with John Romita Jr., I would call him and say, hey, I'm not sure what to do here. How do you want me to treat this? And he would basically say, do whatever the heck you want. He'd say, I trust you, do your thing. I was like, wow, this is so cool. I'm allowed to do my thing. And when I first started working with John, right before I worked with him for the very first time, he had been working with my favorite inker over him, which was Al Williamson. Okay. I love the way Al Williamson interpreted John Jr.'s artwork because it looked like this cool amalgamation of two phenomenal artists. You had John, who does great stuff, and you had Al, who we know is a fantastic penciler, artist, or whatever, as well as inker. So the two together combined to create this real magic. And when I started on the book, I'm like, damn, I'm coming in right after my favorite all-time inker, and I basically had a choice. I'm like, do I want it to be a bad copy of Al Williamson doing John, or do I want it to make it look like a bad copy of Klaus Janson over John, or Dan Green over John, or I have to figure out a way to make it Scott Hanna over John? And John wasn't helping. John just said, do your thing, right? So that's when I started working with John, I started realizing that I can make my own choices, commit to them, and run with it as my own artist. So John was one of the really preeminent guys, and I'll be actually tomorrow, I'm going to be doing a talk with him. So we might discuss some of this together when we're on screen. But he was one of the first guys that basically said, hey, do your thing, go with it, I trust you, use your skill, and make me look better, right? And so from that point on, I kind of started discussing stuff less with my co-workers and just kind of doing my thing. And now if I got a response back saying it's like, oh, I don't like this, I would change it. Or if I got a response back saying, wow, I love this, do this more, I would do that more. But I wasn't necessarily okaying things in advance anymore. I wasn't saying it's like, hey, I trust your judgment more than mine. It's like, hey, you started the process, now it's my turn to run with it and go on from there. And again, as you get more developed and mature as an artist, you start to trust yourself more. And by the time now I've inked something like 22,000 pages in my career, I should be able to trust myself, right?
True. You know, Malcolm Gladwell has his 10,000 hours. I think in the comic book world is 10,000 pages.
Right. And I actually, supposedly, this is debatable because we didn't keep records in the early days. Not everybody got credits. But supposedly, I've done more pages of comic book art than anybody else in the history of comic books. So the only other artist who's broken 20,000 pages was Vinnie Coletta. who is considered the biggest hack of the industry, because Vinny would like erase backgrounds and put black shadows over stuff so we wouldn't have to do detail. I do insane detail whenever I get it, but I also am really prolific. So I've done, like I said, way in excess of 20,000 pages, which is kind of insane. It means I don't have a life, but I love what I do, so.
Well, I wouldn't say you don't have a life. It's just your life is very specific, and it's a skill that more people don't have.
Right, exactly. And when people say that, you get better through practice, hey, I've practiced more than I've not only done more pages, I've probably screwed up more than anybody else in the history of God.
See, that's the other part of it, right? If you do more than everybody, you're going to have more mistakes than everybody. So it's a lot of chances to learn.
And that's it. I tell my students, because I also teach, that art is about making mistakes. If we didn't make mistakes, we'd be a camera. Actually, cameras make mistakes too, but we'd be a machine. We'd be just doing the same thing over and over again. Art is about making a mistake, learning from that mistake, trying to work on to improve that mistake and keep advancing. And art, in my mind, art never stops in that trying for advancement. I've been doing this for, like I said, well over 30 years. I'm still trying to get better every day. That's part of the process.
Yeah, absolutely. So I wanted to ask you about one of my favorite books of this past year, and I know you worked on it, Ravencroft.
Yes. That's actually, that's a weird story. But yeah, that's actually a really fun one, because we get to do the inside the asylum and see all the bad guys, all that stuff. Yes.
Right. And so my question is that most artists these days are working digitally.
Right.
When you started with John, I know you were, and I would imagine for the bulk of your career thus far, you've worked in some sort of mixed, it's pencils still from some people, and some people it's digital.
Right.
So how do you approach it, working digitally versus working with traditional, like somebody has literally put graphite to paper or blue lines to paper and you're coming back and inking, or as opposed to someone who's done something, say on a Cintiq or, something like that?
Well, first of all, because I learned how to work traditionally, I still do pretty much everything you see published of mine is traditional materials. So I tend to ink by hand on pieces of paper, then scan it in to create a digital format for the colorist. A lot of people are now inking digitally, which works great for most people. Actually, inking is a good shortcut, because you don't have to worry about controlling a brush. Being able to manipulate a brush is actually a very difficult process to get it to a point, to get that thick and thin line without screwing up. In traditional inking, basically you can't screw up. Yeah, you can use whiteout if you need to, but that makes the original page look bad. It doesn't reproduce well. So my major philosophy as an inker is every line's got to be perfect. You can't screw it up, which is a hard act to live up to, but that's the goal. In digital, we don't have to do that. Same thing applies with digital pencilers. They kind of come up with a different end result. So traditional pencils, you'll usually have like underdrawing still visible. You might have perspective lines still visible. It won't necessarily be perfect and clean. It's frequently a little bit rougher. So the inker's job then, like when I worked with John Romita Jr., we were working together for so long that he stopped erasing most of his guidelines. So his perspective grids that he would put on the paper, for a lot of inkers, he would clean up he'd erase all that stuff, make sure you knew what was the perspective line, which was the building. And for me, John basically just kept his underdrawing there because he knew I could interpret it and figure out which was which without him having to erase everything and double his workload. So part of my job as the inker was to interpret the pencils and say, wait, which is the important line, which is the non-important line. And even in traditional pencils, you can read the pressure of the pencil on the paper. So is the pencil harder? Did he press down harder to make this a defined line? Is this a really light sketch line that should be ignored? In digital penciling or blue lines, it's harder to see those differences. So normally the penciler has to make actually a cleaner process, but it's easier to make a cleaner process because they can actually delete the foundation layers of the perspective grid. Or their underdrawing lines. They can just delete that stuff. I actually like when I am working with a digital penciler, if they almost keep it in the pencil tool where it's a slightly rougher line. That leaves me more interpretive possibilities I can now affect that line with my ink in doing line weights. I can do thick and thin controls. I can adjust it to fit the need of the drawing or the style without the penciler having to do it exact. If the penciler can do it exact, might as well just print it from the pencils, right? Or darken it and make it look like ink. I like it when it's a staged process and we're all working together and growing through each other. But one of the tricky things is I had a digital penciler. I was working on X-Men a couple of years ago, and I got scans of the pencils, which were digital, and I did traditional inking over blue lines from those scans. So I had original artwork, and the penciler had no original artwork. And he called me up and said, Scott, when am I going to get my pages? And I'm like, you already have your pages. You did all your artwork. And he said, no, what the original art? It's like, yeah, the original art is mine because I did the original art. You did digital art. So you get to keep all your digital art. I get to keep all my original art. So I was like, damn, I didn't know that. So he actually wanted to buy some of my original pages from me so he could have something to hold and frame up on his wall as opposed to just a print of his digital art. So that's one of the differences between traditional and digital is that like collectors tend to not prefer digital artwork because digital artwork it takes the same skill, technique. The end product can be fantastic, but you're not getting a one-of-a-kind piece of paper that you can frame up on the wall. So you can get a print and frame it on the wall. It looks great, but it's not that one it's not one of a kind. Traditional art, I get to not only reproduce my original art, but I get to sell my original art, which for a lot of inkers, that's actually an important part of their income stream is to actually sell the originals. So if we're doing traditional art, I'll split the originals with the penciler. When I'm doing only scanned artwork or working from digital files, I get to keep all the inks. So it used to be in the early days when I worked with somebody like Bagley or Romita, I would get back 1/3 of the process. If I inked it, if I did finishes, I would keep half of the original art. Nowadays, if the penciler is sending me just scans of the artwork, he gets to keep all of his pencils, whether it's digital or traditional. I get to keep all of my inks because I'm doing them all over what we call blue lines.
So you said that Ravencroft was a good story. So now I'm interested. I got to hear that.
Oh no, that I was actually mixing it up with another similar title, but no, Ravencroft to me was like doing Arkham Asylum for DC with the Joker and the bad guys. My first big break in my career was working on Batman because I was working exclusively for DC for several years in the beginning of my career, and the culmination of that was getting to work on the big guy Batman. Right. So, and we had several really cool stories of, Batman has to go into Arkham Asylum or, all the bad guys within Arkham. And one of the graphic novels I did with Chuck Dixon and Graham Nolan was Joker, the Devil's, I'm screwing up in the name. Anyway. We did a graphic novel where Joker gets arrested, put into prison, and half of the story is Joker in jail, right? And it's really cool.
Devil's Advocate.
Devil's Advocate, yes, that's what. Perfect, thank you. So in Joker Devil's Advocate, most of the story is actually happening inside the insane asylum where he's locked up. It's not happening out on the streets and fighting Batman all the time. It's actually inside. So when I worked on Ravencroft, it was kind of like the Marvel version of that. I was like, hey, wait, I'm doing Arkham Asylum again, but now it's for Marvel. I'm getting to do all the bad guys and setting up the stories inside this cool environment. So weirdly, because I've worked in the industry so long, I keep seeing these cyclical effects happening. That, like, I've done Batman versus Bane the original time where Bane broke Batman's back, and then I got to draw the rematch when Bruce Wayne healed up, finally took back the mantle of Batman and defeated Bane for actually the first time. I got to draw that. Then 20 years later, I got to do the same thing again because they redid the story of Bane fighting Batman, and I again got to do Batman defeating Bane for the first time 20 years after the first time I did the first time. And the same thing happened at Marvel. I did the original Clone Saga like 25, 30 years ago, and then they redid the Clone Saga, and I did it again. So it's weird how these cycles work in comics because, I did that 10 years ago. I did that 20 years ago. It's kind of brings back fond memories or sometimes bad memories, but usually fond memories.
So for those of you just tuning in, just joining us here at 3:30 in the afternoon, here on the East Coast. It's 12:30 on the West Coast, if you're out there. We're talking to Scott Hanna, legendary, prolific inker, perhaps the most pages ever done by anyone in the history of comics. Scott, tell people where they can find you on social media, where they can follow you, where they can see your work.
Okay. You can follow me on Facebook is my preferred program, or Instagram. On Instagram, I think it's #InkerScott. On Facebook, it's just Scott Hanna. There's a picture of me with like a Spider-Man banner, so you know it's me. Because unfortunately, the name Scott Hanna is not unique. There are a lot of Scott and a lot of Hanna. Because Hanna is actually a Scottish name. So Scott Hanna is not that unusual. Anyway, so follow me on Facebook, Instagram. I do Twitter, but not very much, so you'll really won't find me on there. I also have essentially an online store on Evan Tenney. So if you look up Scott Hanna on Evan Tenney, you can find all my prints. You can do commissions through that way. I also sell face masks that because we're in the COVID world now. My wife actually makes custom face masks out of fabric, like she makes my shirts. And sometimes, actually, the last convention I did, I actually will do remarks on the inside, on the plain side of the face mask, and we make sure they're washable and reusable. So that's some of the places you can find me. Usually, like I said, the easiest places are Instagram and Facebook.
I started right in talking about process because as someone who I come to comic books as a fan, but I come to art as a graphic designer and really a typographical designer, really.
Okay.
I'm always fascinated by people's process. Like that just, I could talk for days and days and days to people about, okay, now why did you choose that brush and that particular ink? And why comics?
Well, weirdly enough, I actually, when I went to art school, I did not think comics was even a real job. I grew up reading actually, like when I was about 10, I discovered superhero comic books. I got addicted to it. I love drawing superheroes. I read voraciously, all kinds of whatever I could afford to buy in a month, I would buy, wasn't necessarily a lot, but I would, go to my store and buy comics all the time as I was growing up. And nobody else in my family even cared about comics. Like I have 4 siblings, none of them really care. But I really got into comics. I tried copying the pages and stuff. But as I was getting older, I didn't think you could do this for a job. I thought, comics is a hobby. It's great. I love it. But I'm not going to make a living doing comics. So I went off to art school, and I thought I was going to be a painter. I thought I was going to do book cover paintings. So if you notice some of the stuff on my walls behind me, actually, So this is actually a painting I'm starting for one of my students' classes. This is just the underpainting. I don't have, well, anyway, up on my walls, I have a whole bunch of my painted work. And I thought I was going to do painting as a living, do things like book covers, album covers, which I did do for a short time. But I didn't think comics was a real job. Then I went to school. All my friends in school, in art school, were also into comics. But again, I didn't think it was a real job. So I went out into the real world after getting out of art school, and I found out that art is hard. Art as a business, making a living at it, is really hard to do. And you have to sell yourself constantly and go to different publishers all the time, keep doing this really hard work under harsh deadlines. And I was realizing it wasn't that fun. So I had the skill set, but I didn't have the joy in doing just book covers as I did with comic books. So some of my buddies I'd gone to school with who were getting into comics started saying, hey, Scott, we actually know a comic book inker that needs an assistant. So why don't you go check him out for a little bit and see what the inner workings of the business are. So I actually worked for a professional comic book inker like myself. And in the early days, actually for a very long period, inkers would have assistants inking the background. So all the straight line stuff like the buildings would be inked by one person. The main inker would do the main characters. So I went into his studio. I learned the specific techniques about comic book art as opposed to just general illustration. And I found out I was good at it. So I knew how to ink already. I knew how to pencil already. I knew how to paint already. But I was learning the specifics. And very quickly, I learned I was good at it. I could handle this. So I actually went to a small convention in New York City with the guy I was working with as his assistant. And again, as a background artist, I got no credit. So I was working in comics before most people realized because I was working as a background inker with getting no credit years before I got my first credit work. So anyway, I went to a small convention. And at a convention, I do the same thing I do now, that people can come up to me and say, hey, draw a Spider-Man, or draw Storm, or draw whoever, and I would draw it for them. Even though I was no name, I was nobody to the general populace, I could still draw. So I was doing commissions at this small show, and to my side was a small publisher. And they were watching me the whole day, and they were like, wow, your stuff is pretty good. How do you like the pencil for us? I'm like, sure. So that was my first job in comics. Was I didn't go looking for a job. I kind of just did my job. I was recognized. I got work immediately. I started out penciling and inking my own work. Actually, the first book is a really obscure title called Death Hunt. But I was doing penciling and inking. It was a black and white comic book. I was doing it in gray tones, no color involved. Then after a while doing that, I actually had somebody else ink my pencils, and I hated it. I was like, oh man, they ruined my pencil artwork. So I realized how important that inking stage was, because the inking stage is what gets printed. The pencil stage gets erased after the inker's job is done. The inker is what gets to see the printed page. So I found out that the printing, I wanted to have control of the printed process. And at that time, I wasn't really fast enough to pencil and ink a book a month, which is what I was trying to do at the beginning. So I said, okay, if I want control over the finished product, how about if I try just focusing on the ink part, and I'll let somebody else do the pencil part. I also found out I was very quick at doing inking because of my drawing ability. That makes me faster than the average. So I said, it's like, hey, I get paid less per inking page, but I can do more. So if one day I can get X amount for penciling one page, or if I can get Y amount for inking, but I can ink 3 pages in the same amount of time, 3 times Y equals greater than X. Okay, so I did the math, and I said, okay, financially, because of my speed and by getting that end result of what sees the printed page, I decided to focus on the inking process. So I took my stuff to Marvel and DC, got first work at Marvel, or actually at DC immediately, and that started my ongoing process. And because of that unsureness when I was younger, I basically said to myself, I'm going to do comic books as long as it's fun. When it stops being fun, I'm going to go do other forms of illustration. I'll work in animation. I'll work in, painted work. I'll do something different when it stops being fun. 35 years later, I'm still doing comic books. So that means I'm still having fun with it. I really enjoy what I do. And that's one of the reasons why you said before I'm very prolific, is because I love what I do. I really enjoy the process. I feel like I've got a scam going on because Marvel and DC actually pay me to do this for a job. This is so cool. And even though I've been doing this almost, my entire adult life, it still has that inner joy of that 10-year-old kid reading a comic book for the first time. So the fact that I can draw Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, the Avengers as my job is just like mind-blowing and still fun and still cool, even no matter how many times you've done it, at least for me.
Well, it's that whole, if you love what you do, you never work a day in your life kind of thing.
Absolutely. Yes.
It's why I love being in this industry, is that I love the industry. I love the people. I love doing it. I haven't had a job in, a long time. So
yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna ask, you talked about you got work at DC. I mean, you've talked a lot about your Marvel stuff. Tell people out there about some of the, you talked about your Batman work there, but what are some of the other things you got to do at DC? What are some of the other characters you got to play with?
Well, I was actually extremely fortunate because usually what happens when you work for the big companies is they kind of start you off with more obscure titles, and if you prove yourself over years, they'll eventually let you on to the big name guys like Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Justice League, that type of thing. But they usually start you off with slightly more unusual or lesser selling books, because if you screw up, nobody's going to notice as much, right? So my very first project, I think, just to prove that I could meet a deadline, was I was working on a Doc Savage miniseries right after the Kubert brothers of Adam and Andy Kubert had done the miniseries. It had turned into a regular series for a short while, and I got to do, I think, 2 issues of Doc Savage to prove I could meet a deadline and do my stuff. They liked that, so I immediately got a monthly book. The first monthly book I got was called Doom Patrol. At the time, Doom Patrol was these really obscure characters like Robot Man and the Chief and Elastigirl and all that stuff, and nobody really knew what to do with it. But Grant Morrison was the writer, and we now know, Grant Morrison is a phenomenal writer, even back then, phenomenal writer. So one of my first monthly gig at DC was getting to work with Grant Morrison, who's phenomenal. Not really well known back then, but still phenomenal talent. Richard Case was the penciler. Richard had started at the same small black and white company I did, which was Eternity. We didn't get to work together at Eternity, but because we had that common bond, we clicked and immediately, synced together really nicely. So I got to be I'm still friends with Richard, even after 34 years or whatever. Just because we love communicating together. So I started out with Doom Patrol as this obscure project, but now it's been turned into a TV series based on a lot of the stuff we did back then. So the characters we were creating with Grant Morrison, Richard, and I are being used in the TV show now, right? So we thought of it as this really obscure team, but now 30 years later, it's a TV show. You adapting our stuff, which is really wild. So that was my lesser work. I started big, kind of, in a weird way. So nobody knew it was big at the time, but it became much bigger over the years. Then I also, because I said even early, I kind of realized I was quick. So right after getting Doom Patrol, I also got a second monthly title, which was Hawk and Dove. Hawk and Dove started as they revamped Hawk and Dove from the 1960s versions. I think Steve Ditko created the characters. I could be wrong. But it was two male characters. They revamped it in the late 80s. Rob Liefeld did it with a female dove and a male hawk character. So that was so popular, they turned it into a regular series. And they said, Scott, we want you working on it with issue number 1 with a relatively new penciler. And because it's a new penciler, we want you to do finishes on the get-go. So that means, because they were already behind schedule, they didn't want the penciler to take too long doing finished pencils. So my very second, monthly title at DC, I was doing finishes, which means I had to set up a lot of the style and look to it. So Greg Guler was the penciler. I was doing finishes. I think I did finishes for the first several months to get it started, and then Greg started doing more finished pencils. But anyway, so I basically took over Rob Liefeld's reins and started working on Hawk and Dove. Still relatively obscure characters at the time, but I thought it was really well written. Carl and Barbara Kessel were writing the characters. We had a male and female writing team writing for male and female characters. So it worked really well, really fun project. And I think I stayed on Hawk and Dove for 3 or 4 years, something like that. I was on the book for a long time. After Doom Patrol, I actually got switched off of Doom Patrol because they wanted me on another title, which was Starman, another relatively obscure character. But the great thing about working on Starman was it teamed me up for the first time with a penciler named Tom Lyle. Tom Lyle is really important because he, probably almost more than any other team member, he kind of got me connected to the bigger mainstream world. Because when we were working on Starman, again, we got to be really good friends. We worked together really well. We frequently would do, Tom realized how good of an artist I was. So he had no problem when it occasion to do looser pencils, let me kind of take up the slack and do finishes. So he basically recognized my strengths, and he was one of those guys that said, Scott, do your thing, make me look better, enhance this stuff. I'm giving you a starting place. I want you to run with it. So he and I worked together really well. We got to be good buddies, really good friends. And then we went from Starman to, I think, the Comet, which was another obscure character. But then Tom got his big break and started working for the Batman offices, and they offered him the Tim Drake Robin miniseries, the very first one. And at the time, because we'd been working together, Tom asked for me on the book. And I've learned this over the years that pencilers frequently ask to work with a certain team member because they know they trust that other artist. We work together. If you find a good team, you like to stick with it. But some editors don't necessarily listen to the artists, and some artists have more power than others. So some pencilers have it in their contracts that I get to pick who I work with, or at least get first pick. Some people, it's totally the editor's choice, and the penciler has no control over it. So in this case, I had never worked on any Batman project before, and Denny O'Neil was the editor. So Denny said, I don't know who this Scott Hanna guy is. No, you don't get to work with Scott Hanna. And so Tom and I were both crushed, but the book, the Robin miniseries, did spectacularly well. I mean, it sold like gazillions copies. It was really, really big deal. So it made Tom Lyle a superstar in this one miniseries. So he went from obscure characters like Starman and the Comet to working on Robin for the Batman books. And it was spectacular, made him a star. So they wanted, so originally I think it was just going to be like a 4 or 6 issue miniseries. Then they decided, it's like, wait, this is so good, we got to do another one next year. So next year comes, and Tom Lyle again asked for me. He said, yeah, the other inker was good, but I want to work with Scott. And again, Denny O'Neil says, I don't know who this Scott Hanna guy is. No, you get the same guy you had last time. So for 2 years, Tom Lyle was begging to work with me, never got the chance. And again, that book did really well. And but in between, I think it was that book and the third miniseries, Tom was given another break to work on 3 issues of Batman, right? Again, he asked for me, didn't get me, because Denny didn't know who I was. So 2 issues went by, and for some reason, I still don't know to this day what happened, but the inker for some reason disappeared, couldn't do the 3rd part of the arc, right? It was a 3-issue story arc. Tom was only penciling 3 issues, so they had this other inker on 2 issues, and he disappeared. They needed a new inker. So Tom's like, call up Scott Hanna, call Scott Hanna. So I got the job to finally work on Batman under Denny O'Neil over to my buddy Tom Lyle. And back then, this was way before we had the internet. So we had snail mail for our responses. So if people like something, we had to wait weeks before we get traditional mail through the mail to read the fan letters to see if they liked it or not, right? There was no such thing as immediate response or immediate sales numbers. It was slow. So anyway, I did my full issue of Batman, and everybody in the offices loved it. But more importantly, we started getting in fan mail. And I was the only thing different between those 3 issues. That same writer, same penciler, same colorist, same editorial team, but the 3rd issue had one different factor, and that was me. The fan mail for my issue was way up there. The fan mail for the other issues was okay. The fan mail for my issue went, everybody was raving about it. It was like, wow, this looks so great. It looks better than the previous issues. And so Denny O'Neil started like, what's the difference here? It's the Scott Hanna kid, right? So that kind of got me into the Batman offices. And from that point on, when actually Tom Lyle got Detective Comics, I was the immediate choice to be working with Tom on Detective Comics. And then to go even further, after Tom Lyle left Detective, I stayed on the book for 4.5 more years after he left with various pencilers. He went over to work at Marvel on Spider-Man, so he brought me with him to Spider-Man. So I started working on Spider-Man because of Tom Lyle and on Batman because of Tom Lyle. And both of those characters are what I'm most known for in my career. So, and both of them started with Tom Lyle. So it's
Tom
weird.
Lyle is one of my favorites.
Yeah, well, and again, super nice guy. You know, we were friends. Unfortunately, he passed away recently, way too young. But we were actually about to start working on a new project together right before he passed away. So very sad that we lost it.
So I got to shout out a comment from Joe Damon, Scott Hanna killing it over Travis back in the day.
That was very cool. Yes, Travis was one of those magic pencilers. I got him right at the beginning of his career when it was first starting. And I mentioned that I frequently communicate with my pencilers, and I'm also a natural teacher. I teach on the side now. I've kind of taught my entire career to one degree or another. So a lot of times people give less respect to the inkers, but the people who know me are like, wait, no, listen to that Scott Hanna guy because he knows what he's talking about, right? So when I first started working with Travis, I was like, Travis, this gorgeous stuff, but your heads are a little bit too, like you're making too big of a cranium. And Travis was amazing because every time I would give him a tiny critique like that, immediately the next batch of pages I got, it would be fixed. So he went from like a good artist to a spectacular artist, like within the course of a year. Most people that takes 10 years to do, he did that in less than a year. He went from good to just spectacular, and he's since improved since then. So, but I got to work with him early. Again, he stood out really strongly from the get-go. It was a joy to work with him. Unfortunately, he went off to Image, and I stayed at Marvel in DC. But yeah, he was spectacular to work with. I've actually kept a lot of those early pages because I love those things so much. That's in my personal collections. My Dark Stars pages with Travis.
So, Scott, you'll be joining us again tomorrow at 4 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah.
To team up with someone you've worked with for years, John Romita Jr.
Yeah, just
huh?
I said just a little bit. I've worked with
just a little bit. Right. So, real quick, we've only got a couple of minutes left here. Hit us with the social medias. They're scrolling on the bottom there. Hit us with where they can find you one more time. And then I have one last question if you can give me a short story for it, all right?
Okay, I'll try to do a short story. Okay, so you got the Instagram, you got the Facebook, and the last thing is Evan Tenney is where I have my online store where you can set up commissions, buy face masks, buy prints, all that stuff is Evan Tenney, Scott Hanna.
We'll have a link to that on our guest page over at comicshoppingexperience.com, or it's bit.ly/EXP guests. So we'll have a link to that up in a very little bit here. So the last question I have, and hopefully you can give me a short story, because we're right up against not only our time, but our technical wall.
Okay.
We can only go so long before they're going to kick us off and we got to start over again.
Okay.
So let me ask you this. What was it like to work with Walt Simonson?
Walt Simonson was a joy to work with. He's considered one of the nicest guys in the industry for a good reason. Actually, the best compliment I've ever gotten is that my wife and I remind them of Walt and Wheezy Simonson, which I consider a major compliment. Walt was another old school guy that he basically said, hey, Scott, I'm giving you the starting process. I want you to run with it, do your thing. He was great at communication, talk back and forth. And to me, it was just so wonderful to find. And I never thought I'd have a dream of working with Walt because he had been inking himself for the past 20 years or something. So the fact that I even got to ink him was miraculous. And then the fact that I was able to enabled us to become really good friends. So now that, when we go to cons together, we go out to dinner together or just have fun. It just any experience you get to have with Walt Simonson is spectacular. I feel so fortunate that I actually got to work as a team member with him, ink over him. He's tricky though, because he does kind of do the starting and you got to run with it. You got to add your thing to it. So it's fun and challenging at the same time. He also has a really strong Kirby influence, which not too many artists have anymore. He's got that Kirby energy level, that graphic sense that I love, and not as many artists do it as I would appreciate. I can't hear you right now. So are we already shut down?
We're good. We're good. I forgot to turn my microphone back on after I coughed. I've had a terrible cough, and I'm like muting my microphone constantly, so I'm not coughing into it.
Okay.
Right. But it's one of those, I got to remember to turn it back on sometimes. So Scott will be joining us again tomorrow, 4 o'clock Eastern, with John Romita Jr. We're going to get really into the weeds on that one. I'm so excited. We're going to talk about all the little nitty gritty stuff, and talk about a lot of Spider-Man, who's my favorite. So yeah. We're gonna definitely have some fun tomorrow with those guys. We here for the EXP Expo, we're gonna wrap up here with part 1. So here's what's gonna happen. In just a second, I'm gonna say goodbye to Scott. We're gonna end this stream. Refresh. There we go. We got a comment real quick here. Really enjoyed the interview. Can't wait to see him with John Jr. tomorrow. I can't wait to do the interview. I'm so excited. It's gonna be a good time. But to get back to what we're doing, I'm gonna say goodbye to Sky here. We're gonna end this stream. Refresh whatever page you're on in about 4 minutes, and we will be live with another legend, Howard Chaykin, who is coming in to join us. So we will see everybody in just a few minutes. Thank you so much, Scott. This was so much fun for me. I can't even. So we will see you tomorrow. It's the top of the hour because my computer's freezing. So this is going to be we'll see everybody in just a couple of minutes.
When Dr. Frankenstein created a monster, he lost control. Now, the era of monsters has begun. With a robot army at his command, Dr. Frankenstein battles vampires